White Album was the disappointment I referred to.
Quite a few of our albums, like the Beatles double album, George Martin didn't really produce it, you know.
It was a mistake doing 4 sides.
What do you mean? It was great, it sold, it's the bloody Beatles White Album, shut up.
I wasn't as involved as the others.
Well, McCartney said it was the worst experience of his life.
The White Album?
The Tension album.
Just me and a backing group, Paul and a backing group. We broke up then.
George Martin said to me, he said, you know, Geoff, if I wasn't going on holiday in 2 weeks' time, I would have done exactly what you've done now and walked out on this situation.
In February 1968, just as the Beatles' new company Apple Corps was taking off, the 4 lads headed to Rishikesh, India, for a long transcendental meditation retreat. Unlike their quick 10-day session in Bangor the previous year, this time they committed to 3 months of serious study. They hoped meditation would give them the wisdom to run Apple and planned to stay in an ashram, completely avoiding drugs and alcohol.
When did you first hear the word meditation, and what did you make of it?
It was actually George Harrison's wife, Patty, who had heard that Maharishi was coming to town. And she said we should all go. It was one of those things. And I was personally not in a good place. I think, you know, just overdoing it in the 60s. So I was just not very sort of centered. And I was looking for something. I think we all were. So we heard that Maharishi was going to have a meeting and give a lecture.
Where were you when you heard Brian died?
We were in Wales with Maharishi. We'd just gone down after seeing his lecture the first night. And we went down to Wales and we heard it then. And then we went right off into the Maharishi thing. Somebody came up to us, and press were there, because we'd gone down with this strange Indian, you know. And they said, Brian's dead. And I was stunned, you know, and we all were, I suppose. And the Maharishi, we went into, well, what? You know, he's dead and all that. And he was sort of saying, oh, forget it, you know, be happy, f***ing idiot. You know, like parents, you know, smile. That's what Maharishi said. So, and we did, and we were along with the Maharishi trip, you know.
The Beatles were all in on the Maharishi. All winter they visited him in London, went to his lectures, and George and John became vegetarians, though John didn't stick with it long, falling back into drugs after Brian's death. They were even thinking about making a movie about the Maharishi through Apple Films, with the money going toward a transcendental meditation university in London.
But we'd actually seen him when we were kids growing up in Liverpool. Because, as you know, he went around the world 7 times to spread his message. And he was on TV. And we remembered this giggly little guy. And we thought we loved him. Mm-hmm. We just said, he's so cool, you know. And he was just on TV and he was giving an interview. And he would giggle, that fabulous laugh of his. Mm-hmm. And he was very entertaining and very attractive. So we all said, that's that guy.
The depth of the lake and the ripples and the beautiful reflection of the glacier reminds me of the story of inner life. The mind is deep like a lake. The ripples on the surface represent the conscious mind, the activity of the mind on the surface. And the whole depth of the lake is silent. And that is the subconscious mind, which is not used by the waves. But if the waves could deepen and incorporate more silent levels of the water, the waves could become the waves of the ocean, the mighty waves. This is what happens in transcendental meditation. The surface activity of the conscious mind deepens and incorporates within its fold the depth of the subconscious. And with practice, nothing remains subconscious. The whole subconscious becomes conscious. And a man starts using full potential of the mind.
But their assistant, Peter Brown, wasn't convinced. I had my doubts about the efficacy of the Beatles going off to India with the Maharishi in the middle of the formation of Apple, he says, particularly because of certain incidents that led me to believe the Maharishi was using the Beatles' name for personal gain. One day I received a call from the lawyers for ABC Television in America. They said that the Maharishi had been negotiating with them for a TV special that he said would include an appearance by the Beatles. ABC lawyers were calling me to confirm the Beatles' cooperation. I told them that the Beatles had no intention of appearing on the Maharishi's show, but only a week later the lawyers were back on the phone. The Maharishi was insisting he could deliver them. I called the Maharishi in Malmö, Sweden, where he was lecturing at the moment, and explained the problem to him, but his answers were obscure and indefinite. I decided to fly to Malmö to insist he not represent the Beatles as being part of his projects. Maharishi greeted me warmly, but only giggled and nodded and chattered on like a mouse on speed as I laid down the law. The following week in London, I was contacted again by ABC's lawyers, who said the Maharishi is still insisting the Beatles would appear on his TV show and was soliciting sponsors with this understanding. I went to Malmö again, this time with Paul and George in tow. We met with the Maharishi and tried to explain to him that he must not use their names to exploit business affairs, and they would definitely not appear on his TV special, but the Maharishi just nodded and giggled again. He's not a modern man, George said forgivingly on the plane home. He just doesn't understand these things. On February 16th, the Beatles and their partners, plus Donovan and Mal Evans, set off for Rishikesh. They flew to Delhi, took taxis and jeeps, then rode donkeys before walking the last stretch over a rope bridge. For the first time in years, they were completely off the grid, leaving the world wondering what they were up to. The Beatles weren't alone at the ashram. With them were Beach Boy Mike Love, jazz musician Paul Horn, actress Mia Farrow, plus about 20 other students who joined them. There was a mix of people, some restless Americans from California and a few older Swedish widows.
Rishikesh is an incredible place. It's like 99% of the population of Rishikesh are all renunciates. It's right in the foothills of the Himalayas. It's where the Ganges flows out of the Himalayas into the plains of Kurukshetra, it's called, the plains between Delhi and the Himalayas.
I mean, we were really away from everything. It was like a sort of recluse holiday camp right at the foot of the Himalayas. It was like being up a mountain, but they call it the foothills, hanging over the Ganges.
Turns out, the ashram wasn't as rough as they expected. It was more like a hotel, with cozy stone bungalows and multiple bedrooms. Their accommodations were surprisingly fancy. Each of their rooms had 4-poster beds, sturdy English furniture, and modern bathrooms. They even had electric heaters for chilly nights. Meals were shared at long, hand-carved tables under a vine-covered trellis by the Ganges. A big staff of servants took care of the food, which was prepared in a modern kitchen by a professional chef. The Maharishi's house, set apart from the main compound, was sleek and modern with its own staff. There was even a woman whose job was to give the female guests daily massages. The most over-the-top luxury? A helicopter pad, which the Maharishi used to travel around India. This was the man whom George had excused to me as not a modern man, Peter Brown said. Once they settled in, they got serious about meditation. They woke up at dawn for breakfast, attending long lectures, and spent afternoons meditating. A bit of competition started to see who could meditate the longest, leading to nightly debates about who was getting it and who was not.
It was very much like a kind of summer camp. You would get up in the morning, you would go down to a little communal breakfast. Food was veggie, which is kind of good for me now, but thinking back on it, I was still meat eating then, so it was all right though. It was sort of curries and stuff, you know.
The food was impossible for me because, you know, I'm allergic to so many different things. I took 2 suitcases with me, one of clothes and one of Heinz beans. There's a plug for you.
And in the talk, what feeling, you know, came over you about what he was saying, his message?
It was very interesting. It was very calming. It seemed like something that was worth trying. He made it seem simple. He made it seem very attractive. And so I think we were all just sold.
The principle of transcendental meditation is simple. Being is bliss in its nature, is infinite happiness. Mind is always moving in the direction of greater happiness. It is the experience of everyone. Wherever the mind goes, it goes in the direction of greater happiness. And because the nature of inner being is bliss, infinite happiness, therefore, the mind during transcendental meditation takes that inward course in a most spontaneous manner.
We were meditating a lot. We were having seminars by Maharishi. It was pretty far out.
John seemed all in, though some thought he was faking it. George, on the other hand, seemed the most genuinely spiritual. They wore traditional Indian clothing and let their hair grow out. The rainy season ended shortly after they arrived, making way for warm, pleasant weather. The Ganges was still clear and clean in late winter, so they bathed in it. At night, in their bungalows, they could still hear the river crashing against the banks. Every night after dinner, without drugs or alcohol, they sat under the moonlight with their guitars, writing and singing songs. The number of songs they created was incredible. 30 of them ended up on their next album. Among them were Dear Prudence, I'm So Tired, Revolution, Blackbird, Julia, Long, 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 Mother Nature's Son, Obla-di Obla-da, Cry Baby Cry, Why Don't We Do It in the Road, Yer Blues, and more. These few weeks were so productive, they would have enough songs to even fill out their solo albums, like Jealous Guy and Junk, for example. Even the other guests were inspired. Donovan wrote his famous song Jennifer Juniper for Patty's sister Jenny.
I wrote a couple of little things. Donovan was there. That reminds me, Donovan, because I remember I had a song called I Will.
You taught him a technique, a way of playing the guitar, didn't you?
Yeah, we were sitting around playing guitar, and one day he said, how do you do that? And I said, what? The guitar was never out of my hands.
Yeah.
It is now, but then it was never. And he said, that picking. So I said, it'll take time.
Right.
He said, Donovan, I've got time. So he was a good student, and he learned a guitar style and some chord shapes that I knew that he wasn't used to. And then the songs started coming.
Right.
Dear Prudence, Julia, and McCartney wanted it too, but he's a lefty.
Yes.
A left-handed.
Yes.
So I couldn't teach him, but he's so smart, Paul. He was just walking around while I was teaching John, and he was listening. And he wrote Blackbird. And I was so pleased that I could share that.
Dear Prudence certainly got written there. Mia Farrow's sister was, well, she sort of hibernated. Meditated and hibernated. We saw her, I think, twice in the 2 weeks I was there. Everyone would be banging on the door, you're still alive.
You know, there's a lot of things that was actually stuff that Maharishi had said, like that song, Come On, you know, come on, it's such a joy, whatever that song. Everybody got something to hide except for me and my monkey. Apart from the bit about the monkey, that was just what Maharishi used to always say, you know.
We wrote quite a few between us, we had some good inspiration. And, you know, in the times when we weren't meditating, we had our guitars with us.
Right.
So we would do quite a little bit of writing. It was inspirational.
We sat in the mountains eating lousy vegetarian food and writing all those songs. You know, wrote tons of songs in India.
The vibe was loving and peaceful, and George's 24th birthday party was a real highlight. The Maharishi gave him a 7-pound cake and put on a fireworks display. John's wife Cynthia was shocked when they arrived to find that he had arranged for them to stay in separate rooms. John told her it was good for meditating, and reassured her they'd still see each other around the camp. Despite this, she actually enjoyed being in Rishikesh. She saw the retreat as her last chance to save their marriage. Back home, John barely spent time with her, and when he did, their house was full of drug dealers and shady people she called international leeches. She had also started noticing Yoko Ono hanging around, waiting outside their home or sitting in the back of their car. John swore there was nothing romantic between them, but Cynthia was relieved to have him away from both Yoko and the drug scene. What Cynthia didn't know was that John had seriously considered bringing Yoko to India instead, or even alongside her, if he could have figured out how.
We met around then, but I was going to take her, but I lost my nerve because I was going to take my wife and Yoko, and I didn't know how to work it, you know.
He thought the trip would have been way more fun with Yoko. He found her smart, funny, and intriguing, which was a breath of fresh air to him. Every time he was about to tell Cynthia their marriage was over, she'd look at him with her sad blue eyes, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. So they went to Rishikesh together while Yoko waited for his return.
Sometimes Maharishi would have a meeting every so often with you, and you could talk to him about your experiences, and he would help, guide you. And then in the evening, there was a kind of question and answer session, which was slightly more formal. That was in a hall. And we would all just be in there, all the students, and Maharishi would come on and talk. And then he would take questions. He would just listen about people's experiences. And that was the sort of thing that happened each day. It wasn't all about meditation. It was just you felt good. But yeah, there were some very blissful moments. I remember one in particular when I'd been meditating for a little while and I got to a really good place. And I remember the feeling was that I was a feather. I felt like I actually was a feather floating over a hot air pipe. It was a very nice feeling. And I remember that vividly. And I reported that to Maharishi, and he giggled, "Yes, this is good."
After 10 days, Ringo and Maureen had had enough and left. Peter Brown reveals, they told the reporters who greeted them in London they had to leave because Ringo's delicate stomach couldn't take the spicy food, but it was because they hated the ashram. Paul and Jane lasted 6 weeks. Paul simply wasn't getting it or believing it either, Brown continues. The mock seriousness of the Maharishi and the tediousness of meditation were too much like school for him. Paul and Jane were too sophisticated for this mystical gibberish, but when they were greeted by the press at Heathrow, they said none of this, only that they missed London and wanted to get home.
Well, you look very happy. Do you feel better after 5 weeks of meditation?
Yes. I feel a lot better, except for the flight, that's quite long, so I'm a bit shattered. But the meditation is great.
I gave myself a set period, and then if it was going to be something we really had to go back for, I was thinking of going back, But at the end of my month, I was quite happy, and I thought, this will do me. This is fine. If I want to get into it heavy, I can do it anywhere. That's one of the nice things about it. It's like you don't have to go to church to do it. Do it in your own room.
Ringo probably came back quickly. He just went for a couple of weeks, just to put his toe in the water and see what it was like, maybe. I and Paul just came and went.
We were there 4 months, or George and I were.
No,
we lost 13 pounds and we looked a day older.
Normally people don't do meditation this length of time because they're too involved with the day-to-day activity. So when we go back home, we meditate as maybe an hour in the morning, an hour in the evening, or whenever we have the time. We've always done a lot of work and we've always had very little time, free time. So the meditation helps us because we can do more work in less time, get more free time to relax.
Do you, sir, propose to play any active part in the propagation of transcendental meditation?
We'll do everything we can, anything that's possible. Everything we can. And we might be able to do a lot.
John and George stuck it out, even as their friends, including Neil Aspinall, started having doubts. Neil was flying back and forth between London and Rishikesh, keeping the Beatles updated with Apple. One of his trips involved negotiating a film deal with the Maharishi. Neil thought explaining business to a spiritual leader would be difficult, until he found out the Maharishi had a full-time accountant. They haggled over an extra 2.5 percentage points, and Neil realized, this guy knows more about making deals than I do. He's really into scoring the Maharishi. The biggest critic of the Maharishi was John's pal and recently appointed head of Apple Electronics, Magic Alex, whom John had invited because he missed him. Alex was shocked by what he saw at the ashram. An ashram with 4 poster beds, he scoffed? Masseurs and servants bringing water, houses with facilities, an accountant? I never saw a holy man with a bookkeeper. John had been completely sober for over a month, but Alex felt the Maharishi was taking more than he was giving. Rumors spread that the Maharishi expected the Beatles to donate 10 to 25% of their income to his Swiss bank accounts. Alex confronted him about his financial motives, and the Maharishi tried to win him over by offering him a job building a radio station to broadcast his teachings to the Indian masses. By week 10, Alex was determined to break the Maharishi's hold over John. He secretly brought wine into the compound, sneaking it to the women while John and George were busy writing songs. One night, a blonde nurse from California confided in him. She had been given chicken for dinner during a private meeting with the Maharishi. The Maharishi's menu became a subject of great debate over the next week, as word spread through the ashram that someone had accused him of smuggling chicken into the vegetarian community. It was never questioned, though, whether or not it was appropriate for Alex to be smuggling wine into the camp. In general, nobody at the camp cared if the Maharishi had a little chicken on the side once in a while, but then, in the 11th week, the story got worse. The same girl confided to Alex that not only had she been fed chicken during one of their private consultations, but that the Maharishi began by asking to hold her hand so that his spiritual power could flow between them. It soon developed that he had a more complicated, but very old-fashioned method for facilitating the flow, if you know what I mean. When Alex shared this information with all the other women the following day, they were appropriately horrified. The thought that the Maharishi was not only a religious phony, but also one of such seedy proportions made some of them break down and weep. Cynthia, for one, didn't believe a word of it. She had long ago become acquainted with Alex's jealousy over anyone who had John's attention, and she didn't doubt that Alex would lie to destroy the Maharishi's hold. As for the testimony of the American nurse, Cynthia claimed to have seen the girl in Alex's room sitting at a candlelit table one night. While anyone else would have jumped to a sexual conclusion, Cynthia became convinced that Alex was using black magic to bewitch the girl. Alex decided to set a trap for the Maharishi. On the nurse's next trip to the guru's house, it was arranged for several witnesses to hide in the bushes outside the Maharishi's windows. When the Maharishi began to make advances, the girl was to scream, and everyone would come running to her aid. The Beatles and their wives, when told of this plan, strongly disapproved of Alex's tactics and would have nothing to do with it, but the plan proceeded nevertheless. Late that night, Alex and the nurse returned from the Maharishi's house with another tale. The girl was again served chicken, but for some reason, the girl did not call out for help as planned. As the scene and the Maharishi began to unfold before Alex's eyes, Alex made a loud noise outside the window to distract him. Afraid they would be discovered by an intruder, the Maharishi fixed his clothing and sent the girl away at once. John, George, and Alex sat up arguing about it all night. George didn't believe a word of it, and he was furious with Alex. John had serious doubts. The Maharishi had indeed turned out to be as worldly and mercenary as the rest. The decision was made to leave early the next morning. Alex was afraid that the Maharishi might try to block their way by refusing to help them find transportation, and there was such an urgency to their departure that Cynthia and Patty were ordered to leave behind all their accumulated souvenirs. Shortly after breakfast, the Maharishi entered the compound and took his place, cross-legged, under a little grass canopy. Cynthia could see he was far from giggling. The 3 men went up to see him. John had been elected a spokesman, although he hated the task. "We're leaving, Maharishi," John said.
When did you realize that he was making a fool of you?
I don't know. I just sort of saw him,
While in India or when he got back?
Yeah, somebody said, there was a big hullabaloo about him in Mia Farrow and all, trying to get off with Mia Farrow and a few other women and things like that. And we went down to him, and we'd stayed up all night discussing was it true or not true, And when George started thinking it might be true, and I thought, well, it must be true, because if George is doubting it, there must be something in it. So we went to see Maharishi. The whole gang of us the next day charged down to his hut, his bungalow, his very rich-looking bungalow in the mountains. And I was the spokesman. As usual, when the dirty work came, I actually had to be leader, whatever the scene was. When it came to the nitty-gritty, I had to do the speaking. And I said, we're leaving. Why? All that shit. And I said, well, if you're so cosmic, you'll know why. Because he was always intimating, and there were all these, his right-hand men intimating that he did miracles, And I was saying, you know why, He said, I don't know why, you must tell me. And I just kept saying, and he gave me a look like, I'll kill you, bastard. He gave me such a look, and I knew then, when he looked at me, because I'd called his bluff, that if you know, you know all, cosmic conscious, that's what we're all here for. And I was a bit rough to him,
You're expecting too much from him.
I always do, I always expect too much. I always expect my mother and don't get her. That's what it is, or some parents. I know that much.
The guru said all he could to persuade them to stay without discussing the reason they were leaving. As far as his unnamed trespasses went, he said that the truth was like an iceberg with only 10% showing. It was not enough. Alex was dispatched to the nearby town of Dehradun to fetch taxis. According to Alex, just as he had predicted, the Maharishi had put the word out in the small adjacent town that the Beatles were not to be assisted in leaving. Alex was made to understand by the townspeople that the Maharishi would put some sort of jinx on them if they had helped. Alex even offered to buy 2 taxis, and finally managed to rent 2 old cars and their drivers. He had them driven to the ashram, where they loaded whatever luggage could fit in the trunks. They piled into the cars and drove off, with the Maharishi watching sadly from the gates. The cars broke down every few kilometers, and John and Cynthia's car got a flat tire. Everybody thought the Maharishi had put some sort of curse on them. There was no spare tire, and while Patty and George went ahead for help, John and Cynthia and their driver sat alongside a deserted road in the baking heat for more than 3 hours before 2 Eastern-educated travelers recognized John and stopped to give them a lift. Exhausted and angry when they finally reached Delhi, they checked into the Hilton and were immediately recognized. It was only a matter of 20 minutes before foreign correspondents and reporters from every wire service were milling about the lobby of the hotel, trying to get a statement from the Beatles about why they were leaving the ashram. Wisely, it was agreed that while they were still in India, they would say nothing of what had transpired. John and George told the press they had left because they had pressing business in London, and they did not wish to be in a film that the Maharishi was planning to shoot. Peter Brown says, back in London, the Beatles decided to observe a code of silence about the incident. They decided that if the story were told in full, it would only reflect poorly on them. In later years, bits and pieces of the story did get out, but were greatly distorted. Individually, the Beatles had predictable reactions to the Maharishi incident. Ringo was benign, Paul was smug in an "I told you so" sort of way, and George remained a stubborn believer and determined follower. George is one of the many convinced that Alex was lying and trying to slander the Maharishi in order to get John away from him. John had the strongest reaction of all. He felt duped. He felt used for the millionth time, and he was angry as hell. He took some of his anger out in a song about the Maharishi, but at the last minute he changed the title to Sexy Sadie to avoid a possible libel suit. The Maharishi was added to his long collection of disappointments, and John was once again open and gullible for the next big thing to come.
Would the Beatles go out with the yogi as an act?
Well, we've found out that we made a mistake there. So we believe in meditation, but not the Maharishi and his scene. But that's a personal mistake we made in public, so Maharishi was a mistake, but his teachings have got some truth in it.
What do you mean there was a mistake?
We made a mistake.
Did you enjoy the trip over to India?
Yes, the journey was terrible, but the trip was all right.
Yeah. There was a report that, now we get very bad reports.
Smashed him.
We thought there was more to him than there was, but he's human. And for a while we thought he wasn't, we thought he was...
Do you think this man's on the level?
I don't know what level he's on, but
He's on the
we
level.
had a nice holiday in India and came back rested to play businessman.
Despite all the distractions, they knew it was time to get back to what they did best, making music. On May 28th through 29th in 1968, they met at George's house in Esher to demo the songs they'd written in India. The Beatles now embraced a looser, more individualistic recording process. Instead of always working together as a unified group, they often recorded separately, with each member bringing in their own ideas and influences, resulting in songs that ranged from stripped-down acoustic ballads and bluesy rock to avant-garde soundscapes and proto-heavy metal. The grand psychedelia of Pepper gave way to a back-to-basics ethos, reflecting both their creative freedom and their growing tensions. Everything Pepper was, the White Album was not to be. If Pepper was polished, the White Album was raw. If Pepper was a grand, conceptual statement, the White Album was loose and unpredictable. If Pepper was produced by George Martin, the White Album was produced by the Beatles. This is the White Album Sessions.
For years on the Beatle tours, Epstein had stopped us saying anything about Vietnam or the war and wouldn't allow questions about it. In one tour I said, I'm going to answer about the war, we can't ignore it. It must have been the last tour, the tour before last, I don't know how long it was going on, I can't remember now. And I absolutely wanted the Beatles to say something.
By June of '68, the Beatles had raked in 15 #1 singles in both the US and the UK. They truly had the Midas touch. Everything they released turned to gold. They were acclaimed as the most successful recording artists in a large part of the world. Although their reputation was enormous, it didn't make them jaded. We'll never get to that stage of releasing rubbish because we know people will buy it, Paul said in 1965. With this credo in mind, the Beatles assembled in the recording studio in mid-1968 to record their next album, not quite knowing which track would be used for their next single. Except for John, that is. He had his newly written Revolution in mind.
The militant revolutionaries ask him to show you one revolution that turned out to be what it promised militantly. That's take Russia, France, anywhere they're at it. What they do is they smash the place down, then they build it up again, and the people that build it up hang on to it, and then they become the establishment. Now you guys are going to be the establishment in a few years. It's not worth knocking it down because it's convenient to have the rooms and the machinery. The thing is to protest, but protest non-violently, because violence begets violence, and if you run around wild, you get smacked, and that's it, that's the laws of the universe.
It has been stated that the protests that year in opposition to the Vietnam War, as well as other political issues in America, Britain, France, and Poland, steered John away from the summer of love mentality of 1967 into a mindset of a need for political change. During an appearance on the BBC Two TV show Release on June 8, 1968, a week and a half after the Beatles began recording the song in EMI Studios, John looked directly into the camera and pronounced,
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. And I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line, but I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc.,
and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, you know, and what they think they're doing. I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane, you know, but I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. You know, that's what's insane about it.
This statement exemplifies the lyric, "We'd all love to see the plan," that he had just sung in the recording of what became known as Revolution 1. Most music fans will probably be more familiar with the version of this song that was released as the B-side to the single Hey Jude, this version simply titled Revolution. However, Revolution 1, the first version to be recorded, is lyrically noteworthy because of the altered line, "But when you talk about destruction..."
Don't you know that you can count me out in...
John explains this lyric in a 1971 interview. There were two versions of that song, but the underground left only picked up on the one that said, "Count me out." The original version, which ends up on the LP, said, "Count me in," too. I put in both because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to get killed. I didn't really know much about the Maoists, but I just knew that they seemed to be so few, and yet they painted themselves green and stood in front of the police, waiting to get picked off. I just thought it was unsubtle. I thought the original communist revolutionaries coordinated themselves a bit better and didn't go around shouting about it. Paul relates, "It was a great song, basically John's. He doesn't really get off the fence in it. He says, 'You can count me out, in.' So you're not actually sure." I don't think he was sure which way he felt about it at the time, but it was an overtly political song about revolution, and a great one. I think John later ascribed more political intent to it than he actually felt when he wrote it. They were very political times, obviously, with the Vietnam War going on, Chairman Mao and the Little Red Book, and all the demonstrations with people going through the streets shouting, "Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh." I think he wanted to say, "You can count me in for a revolution, but if you go carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't gonna make it with anyone anyhow." By saying that, I think he meant that we all want to change the world Maharishi style, because Across the Universe also has the Change the World theme. John was just hedging his bets, covering all eventualities. Musically, the song's introduction is very, very similar to Pee Wee Crayton's 1954 single, "Do Unto Others." John, Paul, and Ringo, along with John's new love interest, Yoko Ono, entered EMI Studios on May 30th, 1968, to begin the first recording session for what became the White Album. George did not perform on the recordings made on this day, so there is some question as to whether he was present. Someone who was present, however, was producer George Martin's new assistant, 21-year-old Chris Thomas, who was instrumental in the making of the entire White Album. I worked on stuff with them, but basically they produced the sessions themselves when George went away on vacation. It was John who insisted that I have credit on the album's pullout sheet. Engineer Geoff Emerick remembers, "As usual, we were starting the album with one of John's songs. Paul seemed unusually subdued that night. Perhaps he was annoyed that John was dominating the proceedings so much. As the band began rehearsals, I noticed that they were playing louder than ever before. John in particular had turned his guitar amp up to an ear-splitting level. Eventually, I got on the talkback and politely asked him to turn it down because there was so much leakage on all the other microphones. John's response was to shoot me a look to kill. 'I've got something to say to you,' he sneered acidly. 'It's your job to control it, so just do your bloody job.' Upstairs, George Martin and I exchanged wary glances. 'I think you'd better go talk to him,' he said timidly. I was boggled. 'Why me? You're the producer,' I thought. But George was steadfastly refusing to get involved, so the ball was in my court. I made a point of walking down the steps leading to the studio slowly and deliberately. By the time I arrived, John had calmed down a little. 'Look, the reason I've got my amp turned up so high is that I'm trying to distort the hell out of it,' he explained. 'If you need me to turn it down, I will, but you have to do something to get my guitar to sound a lot more nasty. That's what I'm after for this song.' The request wasn't entirely unreasonable. Heavily distorted guitars were being made fashionable by Cream and Jimi Hendrix. And I was about to tell him, okay, fine, I'll think of something. But then John couldn't resist one last jab, as he imperiously dismissed me with a wave of his arm. 'Come on, get with it, Geoff. I think it's about bloody time you got your act together.' 'F*** you, John,' I thought. I was incensed, but I kept my mouth shut. Weren't we supposed to be working as a team? The moment I returned to the control room, George Martin and Phil McDonald could see just how furious I was. "What's he on about?" George asked me. I was so mad I couldn't even answer. After taking a few minutes to regain my composure, I decided to overload the mic preamp that was carrying John's guitar signal. It was basically the same trick I had done to put his voice over the moon when he sang "I Am the Walrus." At the best of times, John had limited patience, and tonight he seemed to have almost none. Fuming and sputtering, he pushed the band to play the song over and over again. Take 14 was noteworthy because of the unexplained sounds that were coming through on open microphones, which baffled George Martin and Geoff Emerick. When they inquired what these sounds were, John replied, "It was a tape recorder. Yoko's playing the tape." Yoko Ono had previously recorded some spoken word recitations with sound effects that she thought would add to the overall recording in the studio, this apparently having John's approval. Mark Lewison, in his book The Beatles Recording Sessions, describes the final take of the night. Take 18 was different, substantially different, and it was the basis of the final LP version. It began so soon after the previous take that Geoff Emerick, in punching the talkback button simultaneously with the start of the song, announced Take 18. John deliberately kept Emmerick's words as part of the song, and thus they appear on the album. Secondly, this take did not stop after 5 minutes. It kept on and on and on, eventually running out at 10:17. The last 6 minutes were pure chaos, with discordant instrumental jamming and plenty of feedback. Emerick adds, "Ringo looked like he was about to keel over. That first night session was uncontrolled chaos, pure and simple, and George Martin had looked puzzled and concerned from start to finish. He and I knew that something was not quite right here, and I found myself thinking, what am I setting myself up for?" This was the first day of the White Album sessions that Yoko was present in the studio. She became a near permanent fixture during Beatles recording sessions from here on out. Paul reveals, because we'd been such a tight-knit group, the fact that John was getting pretty serious about Yoko at that time, I can see now that he was enjoying his newfound freedom and getting excited by it. But when she turned up in the studio and sat in the middle of us doing nothing, I still admit now that we were all cheesed off. Lots of things that went down were good for us, really. At the time, though, we certainly did not think that. Regarding John's vocal performance in the latter half of the song, the Beatles recording sessions describe him as repeatedly screaming "all right," and then simply repeatedly screaming, with lots of on-microphone moaning by John and Yoko. The last 6 minutes would be hived off to form the basis for Revolution 9. Not to be outdone by John, on June 4th, Paul also brought his girlfriend, Francie Schwartz, up to the studio, the same day John would do the vocal overdubs on the track. Technical engineer Brian Gibson remembers this overdub being recorded in a very odd manner. John decided he would feel more comfortable on the floor, so I had to rig up a microphone that would be suspended on a boom above his mouth. It struck me as somewhat odd, a little eccentric. Many authors have suggested that this was done because John was too stoned to stand upright, but the actual evidence suggests otherwise. He was constantly suggesting as many different ways of recording his voice as possible, as he felt that his tonal delivery wasn't suitable, even though everyone around him tried their best to assure him otherwise. Throughout the Beatles' years, he would suggest things such as immersing his vocal microphone underwater, positioning the mic behind his back, and even suspending himself from the rafters by his feet with a rope and spinning him while he sang, which was luckily never attempted. Laying down on the ground was just another of his ideas. They are always looking for a different sound, something new, Gibson confirms. One overdub John specifically requested was brass. He specifically wanted 2 tenor saxophones, a baritone sax, 2 trumpets, and 1 trombone. However, he had to settle for 2 trumpets and 4 trombones. The session musicians arriving early at the session and playing from a score prepared in advance by George Martin. The stereo mix of Revolution 1 that did get used on the released album was made on June 25th by the same engineering team of George Martin, Geoff Emerick, and Richard Lush, with John playing a hands-on role. Emerick points out that having John as the only Beatle present during this mixing session was quite unusual because ever since the Pepper days, all 4 Beatles normally attended even mixing sessions. There were 2 quirks that characterized that mix. One was an accidental bad edit in the last chorus, which John insisted I leave in. It added an extra beat, and he always loved weird time signatures, so it was deemed a creative accident, and it became part of the song. Because I always hated hearing my voice on tape, I'd gotten in the habit of mumbling the slate as quickly as possible. John used to take the piss out of the way I rushed my announcements, so he left it in at the beginning of the song. It was done just to needle me, but at least it gave me the distinction of being one of only a few privileged outsiders who appear on a Beatles record. At this point, Revolution 1 was complete and ready for release as the next Beatles single. Or was it? John said in 1980,
It was recorded twice because then the Beatles were getting really tense with each other, and I did the slow version, and I wanted it out as a single, as a statement of the Beatles' position on Vietnam and the Beatles' position on Revolution. And Revolution, the first take, the George and Paul were resentful and said it's not fast enough. Now, if you go into the details of what's a hit record and what isn't, the Beatles could have afforded Revolution, the take that's on the album, as a single, whether it was a gold record or just a wooden record. For the Beatles to have said that was important. So, because they were so upset about the Yoko period then and the fact that I was becoming as creative and dominating as I had been in the early days, after lying fallow for a couple of years from Help to through the later period, that I was now awake again, and it upset the apple cart. They got too used to me just...
Because of Yoko again?
Well, Yoko inspired in me and created all this creation in me. It wasn't her that inspired the song, she inspired me. And I wanted to say, the Beatles to say something about revolution, and the lyrics stand today.
Therefore, in an effort to please everyone, John took to re-recording the song in a heavier and more up-tempo fashion, the result being simply titled Revolution. Paul and George were apparently more pleased with this commercial version, it then appearing as the B-side of Paul's Hey Jude. The A-side stayed at the #1 spot on the US Billboard Hot 100 for an astounding 9 weeks, becoming what is considered the most popular Beatles song in America, while John's B-side charted respectfully at number 12 on the same chart, garnering a very healthy dose of radio airplay. In the heady days of 1967, John could more readily have been swayed by George Martin and his fellow bandmates, especially Paul, to reimagine his compositions and alter them accordingly, perhaps even push them to the back burner for a time. John's foremost concerns in those days appeared to be with experiencing the so-called Summer of Love, along with its drug culture and being counted among the beautiful people of that time. But by '68, those days seemed to him like a lifetime ago. His experience in India, however disenchanting it turned out to be for him, as well as his all-consuming connection to his new life partner Yoko, gave him a new lease on life as a composer and a musician. Paul and George's veto of Revolution 1, being the next Beatles single, would probably have been adhered to had it been the previous year. But now, in '68, he wasn't just going to roll over, acquiescing to their opinion. He had a message to get out, and by God, he was going to make that happen.
Are you concerned about public opinion because there is a suggestion that your popularity isn't as strong as it used to be.
No, it isn't. It's because, when we first started, we were the nice, clean mop tops and every mother's son, and everyone loved us. And then suddenly, there's a few things that they don't understand and they don't get and, they don't like. And so it turns them off us a bit, But I still think we're very popular. It's just we're men now, We're a bit older than those lads that started out. And we've got a lot of things to do, And you've got to do a few of them. Doesn't matter, what people say. You can't live all your life by what they want. We can't go on forever as 4 clean little mop tops playing She Loves You.
You seem to be the more industrious Beatle.
No, I'm the laziest Beatle, actually.
Are you?
Yeah, see, that's just my image.
I used to wish that I could write songs like the others, Ringo once said in the mid-60s. I've tried, but I just can't. I can get the words all right, but whenever I think of a tune, the others always say it sounds like such and such, and when they point it out, I see what they mean. I wrote Don't Pass Me By when I was sitting round at home. I can only play 3 chords on the guitar and 3 on the piano. I was fiddling with the piano, I just bang away, and then if a melody comes and some words, I just have to keep going. That's how it happened. I was just sitting at home alone and Don't Pass Me By arrived. Ringo's first composition didn't arrive on the scene until November of '68, but the writing took place much earlier than that. Mark Lewison's book The Beatles All These Years, Volume 1, Tune In, states that Ringo premiered the song to the rest of the Beatles just after he joined the group in August of '62. Don't Pass Me By, or at least some portion of it, had been written at 10 Admiral Grove in Dingle, Liverpool, where Ringo lived until 1963. The events leading up to Ringo's inspiration for the song begin with his friend Roy Trafford. He owned an album called Midnight Jamboree by country star Ernest Tubb. A track on the album was Pass Me By, sung by guest vocalist Linda Flanagan. The lyrics of the song tell of a woman who wished her former lover not to even say hello to her for fear of her heart breaking again, saying, "Don't you stop and make me cry." Roy Trafford learned the song and performed it at a party at Ringo's house, undoubtedly inspiring Ringo's first known foray into songwriting. Press reports and interviews that date back to 1963 mention the song as Ringo's first composition. For instance, sometime during the Beatles' 7-day visit to New Zealand between June 22nd and 28th of '64, the boys did a radio interview that included mention of the song.
Ringo, how about your songwriting? How's that coming on?
Oh, yes, I've written a good one, you see, but
Yes?
no one seems to want to record
Now,
it. Oh, Paul
we've
may
got
record
the-
it on and...
No.
Yes, Paul, you
No,
promised.
Okay. No,
Oh,
the thing
Paul.
is, I was doing the tune for you to sing it.
No, I don't want to sing. You sing
Don't
that
pass
side
me
of
by. Oh, you do.
Rhythm and blues
Oh,
song.
yeah.
maybe.
Don't pass me by. Don't make me cry. Don't make me blue, baby. Because you know why?
I got the ice cream for you.
Yeah, it's a
You
sensational.
wrote all those words?
Yeah, blues and all that.
He's the Dylan Thomas of Liverpool, isn't he?
You talk, Georgie.
Hey?
Right, permitted.
George, yes, you can talk. There's your chance.
Okay, then. Come on, Ed.
Say it.
Do the next one.
What is
called?
it?
Are you going to sing,
Paul.
Ring? And I Love Her.
And I Love Her,
And
yes.
I Love Her.
I like that one, you know. It's one of my favourites.
Ringo took along a cassette tape recorder, a relatively new development at the time, when the Beatles embarked on their brief international concert tour in June and July of '66. Sometime during this tour, Ringo took to recording an early version of Don't Pass Me By on piano.
I listen for your footsteps coming up the drive. Listen for your footsteps. Oh, I'm sorry, I went into the wrong key there. Start again.
While the lyrics were still in the process of development, he sang what he had in a lower melody line than what we eventually heard on the White Album. As of December of '67, Ringo seemed downcast about the Beatles not recording his song, and as to his abilities as a songwriter in general. When asked in an interview about any inspirations for writing music, he didn't even mention the existence of Don't Pass Me By. I try, I have a guitar and a piano and play a few chords, but they're all just chingalingas. No great tune comes out as far as I'm concerned. Poor Ring. Undoubtedly by consensus of the band and George Martin, it was felt that Ringo's song didn't quite fit the bill for the direction the Beatles' music was going. This finally changed, though, in June of '68, nearly 6 years after Ringo had begun writing the song. In the open-minded, free-for-all climate after their return from India in the spring of '68, John, Paul, and George thought to finally give Ringo his due, something he was more than pleased about. It may have been against George Martin's better judgment, but he wasn't calling the shots anymore by this time.
But George Martin, I don't know. You see, for quite a few of our albums, like the Beatles double album, George Martin didn't really produce it, I don't know whether this is slanderous, but he didn't, And, in the early days, I can remember what George Martin did,
What did he do?
He would translate. Well, I think, well, he did it, if Paul wanted to use violins and that, he would translate it for him. Like in My Life, there's an Elizabethan piano solo in it. So he would do things like that. He'd say, play like Bach or something. Could you put 12 bars in there? And he helped us develop a language a little, to talk to musicians. But I was never, because I'm very shy, and many reasons, I didn't very much go for musicians, I didn't like to have to go and see 20 guys sitting there and try and tell them what to do, because they were always so lousy anyway, Apart from the early days, I didn't have much to do with it, I did it myself,
Lyrically, Don't Pass Me By tells of a man who is waiting for his girl to arrive at his home and is fearful that he's being stood up. One odd line that sticks out like a sore thumb is, "You were in a car crash and you lost your hair." Some have speculated that this is a reference to Paul's When I'm 64, where the singer tells of a future time when he will be older, losing my hair. Conspirators of the Paul is Dead hoax pair Ringo's lyric to John's lyric, "He blew his mind out in a car" from A Day in the Life. Both lines thought to indicate Paul's death in 1966. McCartney fans will be happy to know, however, that the phrase, "to lose one's hair," is a common English phrase meaning to become anxious or upset. Choosing to record this song was quite a shock to the EMI staff, as outlined by Geoff Emerick. The White Album sessions were full of surprises for me. Usually a Beatles album project would begin with the recording of one of John's songs, and this was no exception. But the second song was always one of Paul's. After all, they were the main songwriters in the band. Ringo would be allocated one song per album, and it was usually done almost as an afterthought, near the end. But this time around, they decided to do Ringo's song right away, and, even more surprisingly, it was actually a song he'd written. No explanation was given, and George Martin and I were flabbergasted. The only thing we could come up with was that, behind the scenes, the others must have known that Ringo was getting a bit fed up, and they were trying to keep him happy. That seemed like the only possible reason why time and energy were being expended on a Ringo song so early on. After all, the Pepper sessions had begun with Strawberry Fields Forever and Penny Lane, a stark contrast. Obviously, tensions and intrigue were already in play right at the beginning of these sessions. John was present on this day, June 5th, 1968, but opted not to participate, his voice being heard on the master tape singing a bit of "You Are My Sunshine" in between takes. The whole track consisted of only two Beatles, Ringo on vocals, piano, sleigh bells, and percussion, and Paul on bass, drums, and also piano. Ringo's piano, according to Bruce Spicer's book, The Beatles on Apple Records, was mic'd through a guitar amplifier and Leslie speaker, thus creating the odd swirling effect heard on the finished recording. Upon listening to the finished recording, it appears that the drums were also recorded in the same manner, that is, through a Leslie speaker, because of its altered appearance. The conscious absence of both John and George in contributing to the recording of the song is explained by Geoff Emerick. Kenny Everett, the BBC disc jockey, came into the studio and did an interview with the four Beatles while they were working on Don't Pass Me By. It was a distraction, but John got into quite a jolly mood, hamming it up for the microphone, so it did help lighten the atmosphere. During John's interview, when asked by Kenny Everett what they'd recorded for the new album so far, John said, "Well, we've just done 2 tracks, both unfinished, and the second one is Ringo's first song that we are working on at this very moment." Kenny Everett: "He composed it himself?" John: "He composed it himself in a fit of lethargy." Kenny Everett: "And what do you think about it?" John: "I think it's the most wonderful thing I've ever heard since Nilsson's River Deep, Mountain Dew." It was later decided that the track needed something extra, a country fiddle, with musician Jack Fallon recording his part on July 12th. Coincidentally, Jack Fallon was a former booking agent who had booked the Beatles into their first professional show on March 31st, 1962, at the Subscription Rooms, George Street, in Stroud, Gloucestershire. The gig was played 10 weeks before their audition with George Martin at EMI Records, so Jack Fallon brought back some fond memories when he surprisingly arrived at the studio that day. The fiddle was not his main instrument, however. He was much better known for playing bass with Duke Ellington, Hoagie Carmichael, and Sarah Vaughan, among others. Nonetheless, he played the violin in the suitable country style needed for the song. Regarding this fiddle, Fallon recalls, "George Martin had jotted down a 12-bar blues for me. A lot of country fiddle playing is double stop, but Paul and George Martin, they were doing the arranging, suggested I play it single note. So it wasn't really the country sound they originally wanted. But they seemed pleased. Ringo was around too, keeping an eye on his song. At the end of the finished recording, the listener can hear some extraneous fiddle playing, which then fades away with the song. I thought that they had had enough, so I just busked around a little bit. When I heard it played back at the end of the session, I was hoping they'd scrub that bit out. But they didn't, so there I am on record, scaping away. I was very surprised they kept it in. It was pretty dreadful." In the Beatles Anthology book, Ringo fondly remembers this session. "It was great to get my first song down, one that I had written. It was a very exciting time for me, and everybody was really helpful. And recording that crazy violinist was a thrilling moment." However, George Martin had another idea for an introduction to Don't Pass Me By, something that was also recorded on this same day. An orchestral score was arranged by George Martin, and the musicians assembled on this day recorded a piece that has come to be known as A Beginning. While this piece was beautifully scored and performed, and would have fit in with the Beatles' intention of using segues between the tracks on the album, it was decided not to use this recording after all. While a segment of a different take of this introduction was used in the film Yellow Submarine, the full recording of this piece was used as the opening track of the 1996 compilation album Anthology 3, as well as being included on the Super Deluxe 50th Anniversary White Album box set. The mono mix of Don't Pass Me By was purposefully speeded up, which is especially noticeable with Ringo's higher-pitched vocals. There's a little more fiddle playing throughout the mono version as well. It's unfortunate to say that the effort put into Don't Pass Me By is subpar in comparison to the usual Beatles productions of late. If George thought his compositions were rushed through in the studio to get them out of the way in order to concentrate on Paul and John's songs, as he had complained, that was even more so the case for Ringo's first song. Not that this made Ringo blue. In fact, he felt that everyone really worked to the full on this song. The fact that Don't Pass Me By actually debuted in the #1 spot in Denmark in April of 1969 and remained in the top 10 there for a month shows that this bouncy little composition did have its admirers. Here's to you, Ring.
You know, I'm quite happy to finish an LP and go and sit back. But I can enjoy myself just sitting back, you know, and playing at home with all the toys. And the kids and the wife. I enjoy playing with the wife.
Viva Zapata!
The Beatles have personally cited many influences that have contributed to individual songs they've written. Smokey Robinson, Elvis, the Beach Boys, Bob Dylan, etc. But how about avant-garde musical inspirations? Karl-Heinz Stockhausen was a German avant-garde composer who did much in spearheading the use of scores and recordings utilizing aleatory, controlled chance, sound events, described by many as musique concrète. Paul, and then John, became enamored with his work, which began to fuel their hunger for being as creative in the recording studio as possible. This led to Stockhausen's face being among the crowd on the front cover of Sgt. Pepper, as well as the McCartney-instigated Carnival of Light recording the Beatles made on January 5, 1967, which was never released. Even George delved into this type of music, creating the experimental track Dreamscape for his Wonderwall music soundtrack. In mid-68, having just begun his relationship with avant-garde artist Yoko Ono just 2 weeks prior, and undoubtedly wanting to impress, John decided to up the ante and create what he considered the ultimate experiment in random electronic sound, Revolution 9. Never before or since has there been this extensive of an audience for such an experimental and controversial genre of music, whether they like it or not. And many do, such as Beatles producer George Martin, who had expressed, "I love Revolution 9. You could sit in front of those two speakers and actually see things happening if you shut your eyes. It wasn't music, but it was a sound picture." Well, the slow version of Revolution on the album went on and on and on, John said in 1980. I took the fade-out part, which is what they sometimes do with disco records now, and I just layered all this stuff over it. It has the basic rhythm of the original Revolution going on, with some 20 loops we put on, things from the archives of EMI. From this quote, it can be easily surmised that Revolution 9 was created in the recording studio, by compiling tapes to use for tape loops, as well as recording additional pieces to be mixed along with the last 6 minutes of the previously recorded Revolution 1. However, John had indicated in interviews that he previously did have the intention to assemble a montage such as Revolution 9, and that it wasn't just an afterthought once Revolution 1 was recorded. It was somewhat under Yoko's influence, I suppose, John said. Once I heard her stuff, not just the screeching and the howling, but her sort of word pieces and talking and breathing and all this strange stuff, I thought, my God. I got intrigued, so I wanted to do one. Yoko had performed various times with composer and artist John Cage, who was known for his unconventional experimentation with musical sounds. Yoko was also part of the New York group Fluxus, who played a large part in the development of this type of music from the early 60s onward. But John's idea for creating such a montage may have come from yet another source, Paul. Revolution 9 was quite similar to some stuff I'd been doing myself for fun, says Paul in the Beatles Anthology, adding, I didn't think that mine was suitable for release, but John always encouraged me. Paul had become intrigued with musique concrète as far back as 1965, this leading him to create homemade recordings put together with various tape loops. These little symphonies, as they are referred to in Paul's book many years from now, were the primary catalyst for Paul's studio ideas used on Tomorrow Never Knows from Revolver, which was the first time the Beatles used tape loops on a recording. People tend to credit John with the backwards recordings, the loops, and the weird little sound effects, but the tape loops were my thing, Paul explains. It was nice for this to leak into the Beatles stuff as it did. I had this room where I would write and make strange loops and things, John explained. After undoubtedly premiering a sampling of these recordings to Yoko on May 19, 1968, in his music room, John and Yoko recorded their infamous Two Virgins album, this spilling over into assembling the sound collage Revolution 9 2.5 weeks later. Paul, as it turned out, was not involved at all in the Revolution 9 project, other than some improvisational piano work that had been put onto tape during the recording of Revolution 1. That was the extent of his involvement since he was in New York during much of its conception and assemblage. However, it can be said that, other than John, the other two Beatles were involved in this project. Ringo and I compiled that, George explains. We went into the tape library and looked through the entire room and pulled main selections and gave the tapes to John, and he cut them together. The whole thing. Number 9, number 9. It's because I pulled the box number 9. John sat there and decided which bits to cross-fade together, but if Ringo and I hadn't gone there in the first place, he wouldn't have had anything. George also contributed some spoken ad-libs, which made it onto the finished product, so this too could substantiate George as the co-creator of the song. Of course, John's wife-to-be can easily be included among the composers as well. Yoko was there for the whole thing, and she made decisions about which loops to use, John explains. The number 9 was an engineer's voice. They have test tapes to see the tapes are all right, and the voice was saying, "This is number 9 megacycles." I just liked the way he said number 9, so I made a loop and I brought it in whenever I felt like it. It was just so funny, the voice saying number 9. It was like a joke, bringing number 9 in it all the time. That's all it was. There are many symbolic things about it, but it just happened. In June 1952, I drew 4 guys playing football, and number 9 is the number on the guy's back. And that was pure coincidence. I was born on the 9th of October. I lived at 9 Newcastle Road. 9 seems to be my number, so I've stuck with it. It's the highest number in the universe. After that, you go back to 1. It's just a number that follows me around, but numerologically. Apparently I'm a number 6 or a 3 or something, but it's all a part of 9. By this time, the Beatles were starting to record songs separately, a very different approach to what they used to do even in the Pepper sessions. Thus why some say the White Album is, in a way, their first solo album. Geoff Emerick says, "One of the byproducts of Chris Thomas being there as a surrogate producer was that the Beatles, who clearly didn't like being in one another's company anymore, were able to split up into small groups, working simultaneously in 2 or even all 3 of the studios in the Abbey Road complex. This soon became standard operating procedure for much of the rest of the White Album. It was as if the 4 band members were so much in separate spaces personally that they wanted to make their record in separate spaces physically. On those evenings, I would normally work with Paul because I had the best rapport with him, and John wanted to continue compiling sound effects for what would ultimately become Revolution 9. So as soon as he learned that another studio was available, he decided to head off with Chris Thomas and Phil McDonald, accompanied as usual by Yoko. That left George Martin and me alone with Paul, which came as a blessed relief to me after all the stress of the preceding sessions. It was always a lot easier to deal with one Beatle. John himself recounted, "There were about 10 machines with people holding pencils on the loops, some only inches long and some a yard long. I fed them all in and mixed them live. I did a few mixes until I got one I liked. I spent more time on Revolution 9 than I did on half of the songs I ever wrote." He also explained, "It was like a big organ or something, where I knew vaguely which track would come up if I did that, and I tried to pull out the ones I didn't like. I just tried to get the bits of conversation in that I liked." Concerning John's involvement with the mixing stage of this track, Emerick says, "They were no longer afraid to touch the equipment. On this night, John sat with me behind the console like a kid with a new toy. He was the composer, and he knew what he wanted, so he manned the faders instead of me. Although I served as an extra pair of hands, doing bits of panning and looking after the overall level so things didn't get out of hand and distort. The whole thing was extremely haphazard. If he'd raise a fader and there was no sound, he'd say, 'Where's it gone?' A curse word might escape from his lips from time to time, but that was about it. He never really lost his temper that night, though you could tell from his tone of voice that he was getting irritated. Yoko, as always, was by his side, whispering in John's ear and lifting the odd fader on occasion. Every once in a while, John would shoot a glance at George Martin and me to see if we approved of what he was doing. Personally, I thought the track was interesting, but it seemed as though it was as much Yoko's as it was John's. Certainly, it wasn't Beatles music. Since Paul was not involved in the creating of this recording, the question remained of what his reaction to the finished Revolution 9 would be. Emerick continues. A few days later, all 4 Beatles reunited in the studio, and John proudly played the 2 tracks he had completed while the rest were away. I could see from the dark cloud that came over Paul's face that he was totally underwhelmed with Revolution 9 when he first heard it, and there was an awkward silence after the track faded out. John looked at Paul expectantly, but Paul's only comment was, "Not bad," which I knew was a diplomatic way of saying that he didn't like it. Ringo and George had nothing to say about the track at all. They looked distinctly embarrassed, and you could tell that neither one of them wanted to get caught in the middle of this. "Not bad," John said derisively to Paul. "You have no idea what you're talking about. In fact, this should be our next bloody single. This is the direction the Beatles should be going in from now on." Yoko, with an appalling lack of tact, managed to aggravate things further still by blurting out, "I agree with John. I think it's great." Judging from his look of disdain, I was quite sure Paul was thinking, "You've got to be kidding." But, to his credit, he didn't rise to the bait and didn't argue. He simply didn't see it as Beatles music, and he certainly didn't agree that it was the direction the Beatles should go in. When they were sequencing the White Album, I heard through the grapevine that John and Paul ultimately had a huge row over Revolution 9. Paul absolutely did not want it on the album, and John was just as adamant that it would be on there. In the end, of course, he got his way. Retrospectively, Paul had a much better opinion of the track. "We created Apple for just that," he said. "I had some stuff I could have done too. I remember once saying to John that I was going to do an album called Paul McCartney Goes Too Far. He was really tickled with that idea. He said, 'That's great, you really should do it.' I would calculate and think, 'No, I'd better do Hey Jude, you know.'" By this point, John and Paul were clearly heading in distinct directions. As Paul shifted towards a more business-oriented approach, John, curiously, adopted Paul's experimental spirit from 1966 and 67, now emerging as the Beatles' leading avant-gardist. Nevertheless, Revolution 9 has become the most widely known example of musique concrète in the history of recorded sound.
This is London, the home of Apple. The Apple concept is to bring together the artists of today with the methods and media of tomorrow. To do this, Apple has entered into many diverse fields of communication. Films, television, and of course records are all part of this.
It would be very tragic if we weren't more heavily involved in the future.
Right.
We've got the respect for each other's ability and integrity. I can't think of any other requirements that business associates need.
But
what's with it?
We now
Tell me your problem.
Dick, we now think that it's time we sorted it out a bit more
I will try.
fairly.
I promise you, I will try to sort it out as quickly as possible. Come back and sit down with you and put it on the line. If I am advised that I were to sit with my own thoughts and I'm not prepared to do anything, I'll still come back and sit down and honestly tell you.
You see, because we get advice not
That's
to
the
do
most pessimistic view I can
but
take.
it's
all
up
right?
to us whether we do it or not.
So, Dick, that's it. You go away and you come back with something which you know won't start this argument again.
Hello, I'm Alexis from Apple Electronics. I would like to say hello to all my brothers around the world and to all the girls around the world and to all the electronic people around the world. And that is Apple Electronics.
Of course, when the bubble did burst, or
When did it start to fragment?
to burst? I don't know, man. Just about a year before the Beatles broke up, I suppose. You could say the seed was sown from very early on. I don't know, really. It just did. Friction came in, business things came in, relationships between each other. We were all looking for, like, people in our lives. Like John had found Yoko. It made it very difficult. He wanted a very strong, intimate life with her. And at the same time, we'd always reserved the intimacy for the group. So you were starting to find those kind of things were clashing, really. You know, with Yoko, you could understand he had to have time with her. But does he have to have that much time with her? You know, was the sort of feeling in the group. And so these things just started to create immovable objects and pressures that were just too big. And then after that, after the breakup, then the idea of when will the bubble burst came home. You just suddenly think, oh, that's what that guy was talking about. Every bloody press conference. That's what he meant. And, you know, then I did think for a few years, heck, like the bubble has burst and so on and so on and so on.
So 67, the Beatles are still acting as a cohesive unit. We get into 68 in the White Album, and things take a drastic turn. What was the facilitating?
The White Album, they'd been to India at that point, and they came back. We started to do the White Album, and they came, as far as we were concerned, we were sitting in the control room, they're coming back into the control room to start the beginning of the White Album. And they're like completely different people that you've never seen in your lives. They're gaunt, they're dressed really weird. So we start like routining a song. I've got no idea even what the first song was. And it was like, not a nightmare, but you know, the guitar amps were turned up, you know, the leakage on from the guitar amps to the drum mics and the this and that, and the piano was picking up all this stuff. And there was like a lot of anger there that I detected, because don't forget, I've been with them since 1962 up to that point, right? And so I'm detecting anger here, and there's something wrong. And it was only like a few weeks later that certain things started to leak out into the newspapers as to what had transpired in India, which wasn't really a nice situation, right? I can't even remember what those things were, but it wasn't nice. And plus the fact that they were now starting the Apple organization, which had a lot of problems. It wasn't really a nice experience, and one thing led to another, and John could be really sort of nasty sometimes. I mean, he obviously had some problems. I don't know what those problems were, right? He could be aggressive and a bit nasty. So it came to a point when it came to the distorted guitar solo on Revolution number 9. And he made a nasty remark to me one night. And I thought, right, I can't swear at you because you're the artist, right? And he said, I want this distorted guitar sound, like something you've never created before. I don't know whether that was correct words or not. So he's got like a regular guitar sound out of his Vox amp, and I've got a U47 mic. So I went into the first mic amp on the desk, which we're not allowed to touch, right? And I wound it up flat out on the side of the desk, came out of that mic amp, went into another mic amp, wound that flat out. I went out to another mic amp, because this is all tube equipment, right? I went into a third mic amp and wound that flat out, and the distortion level, until I lifted I didn't know what I was going to hear. And out of anger, I said, is that what you want? And lifted the fader up, and of course it was. It was the most unbelievable distorted guitar sound, but it was created out of anger. My anger, you know. And which, I mean, if you'd been there that night, you would have realised that no one had ever heard a distorted guitar sound like that in their lives. It was like awesome. All the bottom end was distorted, the top end, the mid end, because it was tube equipment. It was like, Christ, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George Harrison.
You know, because in a way, Revolution number 9 was all right, but it wasn't particularly like Beatle.
A lot of people put the album down purely because of that track.
Yeah, but then again, you know, it has good points, because Revolution number 9 worked very well in the context of all those different songs. I mean, that was the great thing about it, that if people spent enough time listening to it, then there was all different types of music and types of songs, and there was nothing really shocking about it. I don't think there was anything particularly poor about it, but it was a bit heavy, you know. I find it heavy to listen to myself. In fact, I don't listen to it myself.
Do you have something important?
Something very important to say on American television.
You know, a lot of times we don't have opportunity of saying anything important because it's American television. Every time you say something and try to say something important, they
clap, 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 clap. Cue the lines. Well, whether you can say it or not, keep trying to say it.
That's what's important.
You get that? Yeah. That is very important. Cue. Just a minute.
Wait a second.
Okay, cue the clap now.
It's the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour with guest stars, the committee, Beyond.
I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
Blackbird was written at High Park Farm in Kintyre, Scotland, in April of '68.
What it was George and I used to sit around as kids, as teenagers, and mainly we were just playing sort of, rock and roll. Well, I got a gal with a record machine, 20 Flight Rock and stuff. But we had a little piece which was like a party piece to show people that, we weren't as stupid as we looked. And it was by Bach. And it went like that.
The piece of music that Paul referred to has been identified as Bach's Bourrée in E minor.
So what we liked was as the melody, and then there's or whatever, the bass line going at the same time. That was kind of harder to do than anything we did. So that was how we did it, but we got it wrong. It should go da 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 da. It goes on and on. But we just truncated it and did it like short like that. And that bit I kind of always liked. So then I ended up adapting that years later, remembering this little thing we used to do into sort of...
Bach was always one of our favorite composers. We felt we had a lot in common with him. For some reason, we thought his music was very similar to ours, and we latched onto him amazingly quickly. We also liked the stories of him being the church organist and whipping this stuff out weekly, which was rather similar to what we were doing. We were very pleased to hear that. I developed the melody on guitar based on the Bach piece and took it somewhere else, took it to another level, and then I just fitted the words to it. The finger-picking style was something we admired in Chet Atkins, particularly in a piece called Trombone, though it was also played by Colin Manley from a group called the Remo 4. They'd started out in Liverpool around the same time as the Beatles. As for the lyrics, Paul said, "I had in mind a black woman rather than a bird. Those were the days of the civil rights movement, which all of us cared passionately about. So this was really a song from me to a black woman experiencing these problems in the States. Let me encourage you to keep trying, to keep your faith. There is hope." As is often the case with my things, a veiling took place, so rather than say, black woman living in Little Rock, and be very specific, she became a bird, became symbolic, so you could apply it to your particular problem. It's not really about a blackbird whose wings are broken, it's a bit more symbolic. The term bird was British slang for girl, so in essence the song was about a black girl.
One of the nice things about music is that that a lot of people listening to you are going to take seriously what you're saying in the song. So I'm very proud of the fact that the Beatles' output is always really pretty positive. And there's hardly anything in there that sort of says, go and screw your parents or whatever. It's always pretty, let it be, hey Jude, Blackbird. So it's hopefully a good message. I particularly like that. And sometimes when I'm writing songs, I will think there's people out there who are going through some problems. And hopefully people out there will listen to it and think, oh yeah, it's not just me alone going through this. This is something, and also something I can fix.
He continues, "I am very conscious that Liverpool was a slave port, and also that it had the first Caribbean community in England. So we met a lot of black guys, particularly in the music world. I'm thinking in particular of Lord Woodbine, a calypso singer and promoter who ran a couple of joints in Liverpool, including the new Cabaret Artists Club, where he hosted the Silver Beatles. Then there was Derry of Derry and the Seniors, a band that paved the way for us in Hamburg. At the time in 1968, when I was writing Blackbird, I was very conscious of the terribly racial tensions in the US. The year before, 1967, had been a particularly bad year, but 1968 was even worse. The song was written only a few weeks after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. That imagery of broken wings and the sunken eyes and the general longing for freedom is very much of its moment. It has also been insinuated that the lyrics of Blackbird were inspired by the poem Broken Wings, written by Khalil Gibran, first published in 1912. Since the poem tackles many issues of the time in the Eastern Mediterranean, such as the rights of women and religious corruption, it appears likely on the surface that Paul may have been influenced by this writing, given that its title placed a substantial role in the lyrics. But this has never been confirmed. Most assume that this Lennon-McCartney composition was actually written entirely by Paul himself. Well, almost. In 1980, John claimed, "I gave Paul a line on that one. An important line, but it's really all him. Paul is good at that kind of guitar thing. So is John Denver." The identity of the important line, though, has never been revealed. Paul was proud enough of Blackbird that it was the first composition he brought into EMI Studios for their new album on June 11, 1968. John's presence during Paul's Blackbird rehearsals was caught on tape for about a half hour until it was decided that his services weren't really needed. Geoff Emerick recounts, "Neither Ringo nor George was present on that particular evening, and John wanted to begin compiling sound effects for Revolution 9. So as soon as he learned that another studio was available, he decided to head off with Chris Thomas and Phil McDonald, accompanied as usual by Yoko. That left George Martin and me alone with Paul. George and Ringo were actually in San Francisco, California on this day, George being filmed playing sitar with Ravi Shankar for his documentary film, Raga.
I was confused.
Before John left, though, many arrangement ideas were suggested. Initially, Paul wanted a string quartet arrangement, but this idea was eventually dropped. John tried to accompany Paul on acoustic guitar and then on piano, finally suggesting later from the control room,
A little bit of brass band, you know, a very nice little bit of brass band.
Yes, that would be lovely.
Distance, a little bit of brass band.
Yeah.
A little bit of Nielsen's brass band.
a reference to Harry Nilsson's arrangements on his album Pandemonium Shadow Show, a record that both he and Paul loved. But Paul must have thought it would work better on his other acoustic song, Mother Nature's Son, which he then quickly demonstrated. He remembered John's suggestion when that song was eventually recorded. It was George Martin's suggestion to stop the song and then start again. Emerick says, playing his left-handed acoustic guitar, Paul began running the song down, and I loved it immediately. Perfectionist that he was, he performed it over and over again, trying to get the complicated guitar part right all the way through. At one point, a cameraman appeared to be doing a little filming for an Apple promo, and that interrupted the flow a little bit. But Paul just carried on, with his new lady friend sitting cross-legged at his feet. Paul had recently broken up with Jane Asher, so that might have been another reason why he was so subdued during the White Album sessions. I suppose it's possible that Paul invited the girl along as an answer to John bringing in Yoko. But in contrast to Yoko, she didn't stay long, and George Martin had to leave early too. After they'd gone, Paul remarked to me that he wanted to track the sound as if he was singing it outdoors. Fine, I said, then let's just do it outdoors. He looked surprised, but there was a little spot outside of the echo chamber with just enough room for him to sit on a stool. I ran a long mic lead out there, and that's where we recorded Blackbird. Most of the bird noises were dubbed on later from a sound effects record, but a couple of them were live, sparrows and finches singing outside the Abbey Road studio on a soft summer eve along with Paul. Engineer Ken Scott, though, has gone on record saying that the only bird sounds present were from an EMI sound effects tape, which Paul and I put there. And interestingly, there were no traffic noises, no plane sounds, nor any other sound one would expect when recording outside. It appears that Emerick was confusing this recording session with another one on August 30th, 1974, where Paul did indeed perform the song outdoors. Take 32 was the keeper. Sometime in January of '69, during the recording of Mary Hopkins' album Postcard, Paul and Donovan, both of whom performed on the album, were recorded singing and doodling on acoustic guitars, while engineers were setting up equipment and adjusting the mix. Among the songs they ran through was Blackbird.
You've seen so many blackbirds now.
I sang it to Diana Ross the other night. She took offence. Not really. But I didn't mean it like that originally. I remember.
Really?
Yeah, I just read it in the paper about riots and that. Birds singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment.
It's funny because when you were just singing, I was saying, what a way to colour a blackbird. You know, so many beautiful colours to lift a blackbird into people's eyes. So that's why. But you'll see so many blackbirds as well. When I wrote about a magpie, so every time I drive now, they cross the path with you everywhere you go, as if they're going.
Thanks, Tom. Got it, Tom.
Since Blackbird was a solo performance, Paul took to experimenting with the structure of the song as he was recording it, various configurations being tried and abandoned before he settled on what we've come to view as the finished structure. What he ended up with was verse-verse, refrain-verse, instrumental, refrain, bridge, verse, or AA-BA-BCA. Interestingly, Paul continues to deviate from this structure to this day, each live performance varying from the next, with subtle lyrical differences as well.
Paul McCartney's Blackbird is one of the most widely known and widely adored songs from not just the White Album, but from the entire Beatles back catalogue. But for such a universal song, a song that so many guitarists, for example, learn as one of their very first tunes on the guitar, it's actually got a surprisingly complex meter to it. The meter, the time signature, is effectively how many beats are in each bar of the music, and usually a song will have 4 beats in a bar, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we call 4/4 time. You might have a different meter like 3/4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But what we get on Blackbird is actually more complex than that. It's what we call a mixed meter. Paul is switching between different meters, different bar lengths throughout the tune. Blackbird is predominantly in the time signature of 4/4, however Paul often drops these single bars of 2/4 and 3/4 into it.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life, you're only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird.
Now this playing with meter, having bars that are different lengths from each other, is something we see a lot in Beatles music from the sort of second half of their career. All 3 of the Beatles songwriters were inclined to do this, play around with meter. But do I think they were doing it consciously? Not really. They might have had an awareness that some of these bars were different from others. They kind of knew, okay, this isn't straight 4/4 time. But I doubt, Paul was sitting there thinking, okay, this first bar is going to be 3, and then the next bar is going to be 4. It's just, that's kind of how it came to him. And then after the fact, he was maybe then noticing, oh, this is a little bit unusual from a kind of time signature point of view.
In comparison to the complexity of Sgt. Pepper, such a simple arrangement of Paul singing with his acoustic guitar alone seems lazy, or at best, a demo version of what would become something elaborate later. But the overall consensus was that the song had a refreshing simplicity, inciting a feeling of being outdoors on a beautiful summer afternoon. For many, it typifies the feel of the entire White Album, case in point being an episode of the television drama ER that depicts the plight of a woman giving birth who insists on having the song Blackbird sung to her to calm her down during delivery.
Where's the Blackbird? I need Blackbird. Carter, the White Album!
White Album.
Okay.
The hopeful message of the lyrics has proven to be influential as well. If you are a Beatles fan and a guitarist, as many are, and happen to have an acoustic guitar with you when you're with a group of friends, what do you think the likelihood is that someone will ask you to play Blackbird? I would think the likelihood is pretty darn high. What first appeared as a simple but impressive solo acoustic McCartney track on the White Album has ended up becoming one of the most popular signature pieces of his entire career. for such a delicate acoustic piece hidden away as the 11th track on a double album, a song that was never a charted hit. It has been said to become one of the top 10 most covered songs of all time. Not bad, Paul.
I think it's quite a beautiful song. Thank you, Terry. Well, it's simple in concept because you couldn't think of anything else to put on it. And that's what I was saying about the Sgt. Pepper thing. Maybe on Pepper we would have sort of worked on it until we could find some way to put violins or trumpets or something on it. But I don't think it needs it, this one. You know, it's just, there's nothing to the song. It is just one of those pick it and sing it and that's it. The only point where we're thinking of putting anything on it is where it comes back in at the end. So it stops and then it comes back in. But instead of putting any backing on it, we put a blackbird on it. So there's a blackbird singing at the very end. And somebody said it was a thrush, but I think it's a blackbird. We'll take your word for it. I don't know.
Everybody seemed to be paranoid except for us two who were in the glow of love. And, you know, everything's clear and open when you're in love. And everybody sort of was tense around us. And, you know, what is she doing here at the session? Or why is she with him? And all this sort of madness is going on around us because we just happen to want to be together all the time, you know.
George has said that elements of the lyrics to Everybody's Got Something to Hide can easily be attributed to the Maharishi, saying that Come On Is Such a Joy was one of his favorite sayings, as was the song's title itself, apart from that bit about the monkey. However, it appears that these phrases were remembered later and adapted to his new relationship with Yoko. So the song is estimated to have been written sometime between May 19th and May 28th, 1968, which is the day that John recorded the song's demo, the lyrics and basic structure of the song already being in place. Paul adds his input into some of the song's lyrics. John was getting into harder drugs than we'd been into, and so his songs were taking on more references to heroin. Until that point, we had made rather mild, rather oblique references to pot or LSD. Now John started to be talking about fixes and monkeys, and it was a harder terminology that the rest of us weren't into. We were disappointed that he was getting into heroin because we didn't really see how we could help him. We just hoped it wouldn't go too far. In actual fact, he did end up clean, but this was the time period when he was on it. It was a tough period for John, but often that adversity and that craziness can lead to good art, as I think it did in this case.
Do you find that in your experience with Wings and the Beatles that if there is that kind of friction, that
unfortunately,
can it actually
unfortunately
help the
it does
process?
help. Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing because who wants to go around having stress all the time just to help the creative? But when it does happen, it does seem to actually help. I mean, it's a drag because it does. The logic then follows that we should all walk around even more stressed to make better albums. Which, like, you know, I get to a point of thinking, who needs it? You know, hell, you know, I'd rather not make albums than do that. But I think, unfortunately, I think it does help a bit that, and it did on that one. It gave us kind of really something to fight against. Yeah.
Are there any particular albums that you?
White Album.
The White Album.
The Tension album. The Beatles. That was the big Tension album. The rest were pretty sort of untense, not that bad, or there'd be one bit of tense and then no more tense and stuff. But the White Album was, we were all in the middle of the sort of psychedelic thing, or just coming out of it, or whatever. But it was weird, you know. I mean, never before had we recorded with like beds in the studio and kind of people visiting for hours on end and business meetings and all of this. And there was a lot of friction during that album.
While a good portion of the lyrics to Everybody's Got Something to Hide come across as nonsensical gobbledygook, such as your inside is out and your outside is in, other phrases such as the deeper you go, the higher you fly, have easily been interpreted as references to heroin use. Although they had been ingesting the drug orally only and not shooting it, as his lyric has implied to some. As for the term monkey, John and Paul's explanations contradict each other. Paul insists that it was a definite reference to drugs. monkey on your back being a 40s and 50s jazz musician phrase depicting heroin addiction. John infers it as meaning Yoko, only the two of them not having any hang-ups like everyone else around them did, which included the press and what they were reporting about them at the time. It's convincing either way, and may very well have been intended as a double entendre. Sexual references have also been suggested, and the word come in the phrase "come on, it's such a joy" being suspect by many. John's deviant repetition of the phrases "take it, take it, take it," and "make it, make it, make it" at the conclusion of the demo recording of the song suggests this may be the case, as well as his admission that he was very sexually oriented during the beginning of his intimate relationship with Yoko at that time. The original demo of the song was very different from the finished version, both in tempo and overall vibe, the vocal style lending itself more to Bob Dylan's style than to the high intensity of the finished product. Some arrangement issues still needed to be worked out, such as the introduction and the details of the guitar parts, but the somewhat ad-lib nature of the song was already in place. They began working on the song on June 26th in Studio 2. Mark Lewison explains their new approach to recording that was now being instituted since they had time on their hands. This being to rehearse and rehearse and rehearse, with everything recorded, but then, instead of spooling back to record proper over the rehearsals, treat the rehearsals themselves as the recordings, all takes numbered. Then, in the familiar fashion, go back to the basic version and start the process of overdubbing. Geoff Emerick recalls this very long, wearying session. The group began work on yet another harsh, aggressive Lennon song. Once again, the Beatles were playing incredibly loud down in the studio, but this time John and George had their volume turned up so high that Paul actually gave up competing with them. Rather than play bass on the backing track, he stood next to Ringo, ringing a huge fireman's bell, egging his drummer on. There was no microphone on him because the thing was so loud that it bled on all the mics anyway. Physically, it was very difficult to pull off. Paul had to take a break after each take because his shoulders were aching so much. As much as I disliked the song, I had to admit that it was the first time in any of the White Album sessions that there was any energy in their playing. George's lead work was crisp and efficient, much more aggressive than his usual style. That evening, Paul had walked into the control room on his way in and unceremoniously plunked a bottle of Johnny Walker down on the table, saying, "This is for you, boys." Engineer Richard Lush and I restrained ourselves until after everyone had gone home, at which point we drained the entire bottle. Giggling like the drunken fools we were, we got every last cup and saucer out of the canteen and took them into Studio 2, whereupon we smashed them up against the wall. Of course, we then had to hide the evidence, but it was worth it. The next morning, the canteen staff came in and wanted to know where all of the cups and saucers had gone. Fighting our hangovers and trying to appear as angelic as humanly possible, we pleaded innocence. On take 8, Paul put in 2 attempts at a bass guitar overdub. Clearly, Paul was still determined to do his best, Emerick continues, no matter what was going on between him and John. John then overdubbed lead vocals along with some additional drums from Ringo on track 3, followed by John double-tracking his vocals on track 4. A decision needed to be made, though, concerning how the song would be concluded. Therefore, when the Beatles convened in the studio on July 23, 1968, John implemented his idea. The book The Beatles Recording Sessions describes the replacement lead vocal that John now recorded onto take 10 as a rousing new Lennon version, which, after the point where he knew the song would be faded out on disc, developed into a frantic, jocular screaming. Engineer Richard Lush explains, as usual, John was wanting his voice to sound different. He would say, "I want to sound like somebody from the moon," or anything different. Make it different. And at that time, there wasn't the range of instant effects available today. John added yet another lead vocal track, along with jocular screaming at the end of the song, thus layering assorted screams of "come on top of each other, as well as hand claps. I just believe in me, Yoko and me. That's reality. This sentiment, as expressed in the lyrics of the song God from John's 1970 album Plastic Ono Band, is typical of how the couple truly felt about themselves, especially early in their relationship. In the song, John renounces belief in everything he once may have held near and dear to his heart, revealing that his love for Yoko was the only thing he felt was truly real. This you and me against the world mentality permeates John's solo career, but was first expressed to the world within this White Album rocker. In his mind, the entire world had their own hang-ups to deal with, but only Yoko and himself were above the delusions, exposed naked for everyone to see. Metaphorically, as well as literally, as it turned out.
How close are you? We've had reports that you're not as close as you used to be and that the Beatles aren't as rich as everyone's thought they were and that they might have to close down Apple.
Yes, well, that's
How true
that,
is this? Ringo?
Well, should we take them one at a time?
Yes.
All right, what was the first one?
Are you as close?
Yes, you know, there's that famous old saying, you always hurt the one you love. And we all love each other, and we all know that, but we still sort of hurt each other occasionally, you know, where we just misunderstand each other. And we go off, you know, and it builds up to something bigger than it ever was. And then we have to come down to it and get it over with, you know, and sort it out. And so we're still really very close people. What's the second one?
Do you see the Beatles going on like they are at the moment for a long time in the future, or do you see a split very soon?
It depends what you mean as a split. I mean, we split...
Go your separate ways and not...
Completely, no, we'll never go... Oh, I can't say never, but I mean, we won't go our separate ways after this album. And we'll always be tied up with each other in some way. You know, because we've signed a lot of papers. It says we stay together for 20 years or something. And Apple closing, you know, is silly. We have spent a lot of money, you know, because we don't earn as much as people think, because if we earn $1 million, then the government gets 90% and we get 10,000. And we didn't sort of realise how much we were spending, you know, like someone pointed out, to spend 10,000 you have to make 120. We're going to cut down a bit till we've sorted ourselves out again and do it properly as a business.
Do you feel you have been a bit careless with money?
Yes, I think we have. But it's not that we're broke. On paper, we're very wealthy people. Just when it gets down to pound notes, we're only half wealthy.
John wrote it mainly. It's his tune, you know, which is surprising for John because he doesn't normally write this kind of tune. It's a very sweet tune, and Ringo sings it great, I think. But the arrangement was done by George Martin because he's very good at that kind of arrangement, you know, very sort of lush, sweet arrangement. And that's all I can say about it. It's very sweet, and in fact, it's Good Night.
Good Night was written for Julian, John said, the way Beautiful Boy was written for Sean. I gave it to Ringo. Since John didn't include this song in the demos he recorded at George's place in Esher, Surrey, it's pretty safe to assume that Good Night wasn't written until sometime in June that year. It makes sense that he'd write something for his 5-year-old son, Julian, especially since he was in the middle of divorcing Cynthia and breaking up the family. But instead of singing it himself, John gave the song to Ringo, so Julian had no idea as a kid that his dad had written it just for him. In fact, He didn't find out until he was about 30, during an interview for Steve Turner's A Hard Day's Right. For years, many have just assumed that Good Night was written by Paul, since that's the kind of song he would normally write. Everybody thinks that Paul wrote Good Night for me to sing, Ringo said in '68, but it was John who wrote it for me. He's got a lot of soul, John has. Paul expands on this. You could almost be forgiven for thinking Good Night was mine, because it's so soft and melodic and so un-John. I believe John wrote this as a lullaby for Julian, and it was a very beautiful song that Ringo ended up singing to the accompaniment of a big string orchestra. I think John felt it might not be good for his image for him to sing it, but it was fabulous to hear him do it. He sang it great. We heard him sing it in order to teach it to Ringo, and he sang it very tenderly. John rarely showed his tender side, but my key memories of John are when he was tender. That's what has remained with me, those moments where he showed himself to be a very generous, loving person. They always cite that song as an example of the John beneath the surface that we only saw occasionally. I think that was what made us love John. Otherwise, he could be unbearable, and he could be quite cruel. Now that I'm older, I realize that his hostility was a cover-up for the vulnerability that he felt, and if you look at his family history, it's easy to see why. But this is an example of that tender side. I don't think John's version was ever recorded. As for George Martin's arrangement, John is supposed to have asked him to make the strings sound real cheesy, only to say retrospectively in 1980 that it was probably over lush. As for the song's inspiration, Ian MacDonald suggests Cole Porter's True Love, which the Beatles included in their stage act in 1960, in imitation of the version Elvis released in '57. In the track-by-track liner notes of the 50th anniversary White Album box set, Paul has other ideas. We actually did like a lot of music before rock and roll galvanized the whole thing into a direction where you had to go. I know one of John's favorite songs, which is way before rock and roll, was Don't Blame Me, and another was Little White Lies. Rock and roll gave us a direction in life. That was finally when, instead of just liking Little White Lies and Don't Blame Me and various other songs, it was a question of doing it. By '68, with the expertise of George Martin as chart writer, conductor, and producer, the Beatles now had a way of doing it. Childhood guilty pleasures, such as Johnny Ray's version of Don't Blame Me and Ruby Murray's rendition of Little White Lies, were now a genre just as open as any for the Beatles to assimilate. The first time the song was brought into the recording studio was on June 28th, for what became a very cooperative 9.5-hour recording session devoted entirely to working on John's new lullaby, although the song's title wasn't decided upon just yet. Geoff Emerick remembers, like Across the Universe, the song showed his softer side, a stark contrast to the screamer he had belted out just the night before. Everybody's got something to hide except me and my monkey. There was another surprise. John had decided to have Ringo sing the lead vocal. We were all totally caught off guard by that because we'd already recorded what we presumed was going to be the sole Ringo song on the album, Don't Pass Me By. It's hard to imagine that John actually thought Ringo could do a better job on it than he could. He knew as well as anyone that Ringo was no singer. Perhaps it was that he was embarrassed at singing such a gentle lullaby. Maybe it wasn't macho enough for him. Or perhaps he made the decision just to keep Ringo happy because he sensed some disquiet in the usually placid drummer. John had made a demo for Ringo to take home and practice to, and it was played back a couple of times that night. It's a shame that this particular tape has been lost to the world and that nobody will ever hear the gorgeous way John sang this tender little song. Paul remembered this demonstration by John as occurring there in the studio on this day, saying how he sang it great, and assumed it wasn't recorded. This confirms that it was indeed recorded, and undoubtedly went home with Ringo for him to practice with. Photos from this day showed the instrumentation being just John on his Epiphone Casino electric guitar, and Ringo on vocals. These photos indicate that the lights were dimmed in the studio and a floor lamp was lit, creating a suitable mood for this tender lullaby to be rehearsed. A third tape was utilized for recording these rehearsals, each of which began with an unscripted spoken word introduction by Ringo.
Come along now. Put all those toys away, it's time to jump into bed and go off into dreamland. Yes, Daddy will sing a song for you. Are you ready? Now it's time to say good night. Now don't ask me why. Now the sun... hold it. Daddy went a bit crazy. Daddy...
After the Beatles concentrated on other songs, such as Obla-Di Obla-Da and the faster remake of Revolution, they returned their attention to Good Night, nearly 3 weeks later, on July 22nd. This larger studio was chosen, undoubtedly, because 26 classically trained musicians and a choir were scheduled to perform on this day to begin the song fresh with George Martin's newly written score, all previous attempts at recording the song being deemed unsuitable by this time. The documentation for this day shows that a celeste and piano would be made available in the studio for use by George Martin. Emerick relates, "During the rehearsal run-throughs, John and Yoko stayed up in the control room while the other three Beatles remained down in the studio with George Martin, who played piano while Paul and George Harrison coached their drummer on phrasing and pitching. That created a unity that had rarely been present in these sessions. Just getting Yoko out of the studio seemed to lighten the atmosphere tremendously." After the classical musicians arrived, they set up and began recording George Martin's score for the song, starting with take 23. Ringo sang his lead vocals live with the studio musicians, evidenced by George Martin asking, "Was Ringo in time with the orchestra?" after the producer conducted the musicians on the first take. Seasoned studio musicians as they were, they nailed the perfect performance rather quickly, which ended the orchestral portion of the session at 10 p.m. The next half hour was used to usher out the musicians and bring in 8 members of the Mike Sam's Singers, 4 girls, 4 boys, according to the EMI sheet, to record the sound of a choir. 4 of these singers, Fred Lucas, Pat Whitmore, Irene King, and Mike Redway, had previously been used on I Am the Walrus, so they were already well acquainted with working on a Beatles recording. I'm sure they were relieved to be singing a more conventional performance this time around, instead of vocal swoops and ho ho ho, he, ha ha ha, stick it in your jumper vocalizations as on Walrus. John did sing an a cappella verse of Good Night on a recording from a hotel room at the Hilton Hotel in Amsterdam, Holland, in March 1969. The spontaneous segment was included on the track Amsterdam on John and Yoko's wedding album, which was released on November 7th, 1969. So, there you go.
When did you first feel that the Beatles had broken up? When did that idea first?
I don't remember, I was in my own pain. I wasn't noticing really. I just did it like a job, The Beatles broke up after Brian died. We made the double album. The set. It's like if you took each track off and gave it all, put all mine and all yours. It's just like I told you many times, just me and a backing group, Paul and a backing group. And I enjoyed it, But we broke up then.
Right, the White Album was, we were all in the middle of the sort of psychedelic thing, or just coming out of it, or whatever, but it was weird.
An absolute disaster. That's another. John was just, and I keep going back to John, right? So Magic Alex said to John one day, because he was telling him all sorts of things, there's this magic paint, right? So I'm going to paint your house with this magic paint, so when you wake up tomorrow it's going to be blue, right? So you're going to wake up the next day and it's going to be green, right? So, but John's believing all this stuff, right? Because Magic Alex used to look at all these technical books and stuff, whatever was suggested. So he's now telling John that he's going to, this is really true, that he's going to build an invisible flying saucer for him, right? And then John kept saying to him, because we moved their development department to a place called Boston Place down by Marylebone Station in London, because we were building the studios down in Savile Row. So John kept saying to Magic Alex, well, you know, when we're going to see the invisible flying saucer, right? I don't know how he correctly worded it to Magic Alex, right? When you're going to unveil it, I think it was, right? So anyway, he was under pressure, and he said, oh, it was going to be next Wednesday, right? So the night before next Wednesday was a fire in his workshop, right? So this invisible flying saucer was destroyed. and John believed it.
When you listen to the White Album, it's easy to think that the Beatles were totally in sync, working together to create a unified sound. Everything seems great in Beatle world, especially on track 4, Obla Dee Obla Da, with all the laughter and goofing around. But in reality, not so much. This was a McCartney composition that John openly and vocally detested.
Who says?
Geoff Emerick says, adding that John viewed the song as more of Paul's granny music. These days, the two former close friends and songwriting partners expressed little but disdain for each other's contributions. In fact, it seemed that whenever one would even bother to offer suggestions to the other, it would be rejected out of hand, even if it was a good one. Paul and John weren't having legitimate musical differences. Instead, they seemed to be saying, I don't like what you're suggesting because I don't like you. They weren't necessarily angry at each other, but you could see that they were both highly frustrated, and Yoko's constant presence certainly wasn't helping matters any. As a result, within what had once been a close-knit group, there was no longer any sense of team or unity. Any camaraderie that had once been there was now simply vanished. Paul vividly describes how he met Jimmy Scott, the guy who sparked the idea for the track. Our gigs finished so late that restaurants and pubs had closed by the time we got back to London, so the only way we could get a drink and have something to eat was to go down to a club, as they used to say. That became a way of life. We would drive home from a gig and immediately go to a club. The Bag of Nails was one of my favorites. The Speakeasy, the Revolution, the Scotch of St. James, the Cromwellian.
We used to go to the clubs late at night, drink, dance, maybe a little food. And there was a friend of mine who I befriended in the clubs. He was an African guy. He was called Jimmy Scott. And, you know, we would jive together, just, hey, man, you know, what's going on? Yeah. And he would say, obladi, oblada, life goes on, brah. Yeah, man, you know, and I just loved this. And I would go, obladi, Jimmy, you know. And he had a few other sayings. Nothing's too much, just out of sight.
Right.
You know, so I loved all these little sayings. So I wrote the song in...
Lyrics first or music first?
Together.
Together?
Yeah. Which is kind of often how it happens. You know, you just got some chords and you make a song up.
Some people think that obladi oblada is a Yoruba phrase that means something like comme ci, comme ça. Some think that it's a phrase Jimmy Scott made up. And there are others who think bra refers to brassiere rather than an African version of bro. I used to love this expression. Every time we met, he'd say, obladi, oblada, life goes on, bruh. Or somebody would say, too much, and he'd say, nothing's too much, just out of sight. He was just one of those guys who had great expressions, you know. So I set out to write a humorous little character song about Desmond and Molly and their kids. It's a combination of African and Jamaican elements. Scott, who was born in Sapele, Nigeria, and moved to England in the 50s, played in many bands, such as Georgie Fame and the Blue Flames, and with various musicians, such as backing Stevie Wonder on his British 1965 tour. He was a great friend of mine, Paul said in '86, adding, in the 60s we used to meet in a lot of clubs and spent many a happy hour chatting until closing time. He had a great positive attitude to life and was a pleasure to work with. But there was some tension over the Beatles using his phrase in their song. Paul continues, I said to him, I really like that expression, and I'm thinking of using it. And he got annoyed when I did a song of it, because he wanted to cut. I said, come on, Jimmy, it's just an expression. If you'd written the song, you could have had a cut. I sent him a check in recognition of that fact later because even though I had written the whole song and he didn't help me, it was his expression. There may, in fact, be a little more to the story about settling the issue. Steve Turner's book A Hard Day's Write explains, around this time, Jimmy was arrested and taken to Brixton Prison to await trial on a charge of failing to pay maintenance to his ex-wife. He asked the police to contact the Beatles' office to see if Paul would foot his huge outstanding legal bill. This Paul did on the condition that Scott drop his case against him over the song. With Jimmy's expression in mind, Paul began forming a song while in India. Paul remembers, "We went down to the village one evening when they were showing a film. The traveling cinema came around with a lorry and put up a screen. It was a very pleasant Indian evening, so Maharishi came, everyone came, and we all walked down as a procession. And it was very, very pleasant, walking along in the dust, slightly downhill, through a path in the jungle from the meditation camp, with my guitar and singing Obla Di, Obla Da, which I was writing, accompanying the procession on the way. Of course, the song has got no connection with the meditation except life goes on. It's a little story about Desmond and Molly. In actual fact, I think they quite enjoyed it. Maharishi quite liked someone strolling along singing. Also in attendance in India at the time was Paul Salzman, who relates how Paul and John would play the song's chorus repeatedly at the Maharishi's ashram, Paul having not written any verses for the song as of yet. As to the storyline he concocted for the song, Paul says, "It's a very me song, inasmuch as it's a fantasy about a couple of people who don't really exist, Desmond and Molly. I'm keen on names too. Desmond is a very Caribbean name. It could have been Winston, that would have been alright." Writing about fictional characters had become a usual practice for Paul, Eleanor Rigby and Lovely Rita being some recent examples. This kind of writing was something more foreign to his bandmates, though. Relating a conversation with George, Paul remembers, "He was saying that he didn't write songs the way I did. He said, 'I don't know how you write this Obla Di, Obla Da, Molly and Desmond. Do you really know these people?' I said, 'No, I just make them up, like a novelist makes characters up.' There's a world of difference between Desmond takes a tram and Desmond takes a trolley. Some things either fit rhythmically or they don't. And tram is awkward in a song, whereas trolley allows for more possibilities rhythmically. John and I used to have conversations about trying to write songs that have a very conversational tone. Desmond Takes a Trolley to the Jeweler's Store isn't too flowery. It's something you could actually hear people saying. That could be a secret of why the Beatles stuff is still very accessible to people. It's because we're just talking straight. No matter how straight you're talking, though, there's still room for interpretation. Going back to the word trolley, I can see there's actually a lot to be said for the shopping cart reading. The idea of going to a jeweler's store with a shopping cart to load up on stuff is pretty funny, particularly when Desmond comes back with a 20-carat engagement ring. One way or another, it's pretty everyday stuff. I love simple truths. I love that the vast majority of people, whether they're Mongolian or Indian or American, relate immediately to the idea of family and family life, to the image of a couple of kids running in the yard. If I plug into that, I'm going to relate to people. The Beatles were trying their best to capture the groove heard on imported ska records they were familiar with hearing in the mid-60s. This early forerunner of reggae music, also referred to as Blue Beat because of this being the name of the record label on which many of these songs were released, was heard a lot in the UK nightclubs during that time. In 1980, John confessed that the first time that they made a deliberate and conscious attempt at ska was in the middle, the solo on I Call Your Name. Obladi was semi ska. Paul brought the song into EMI Studios on July 3, 1968, around 8 p.m. Although documentation shows George Martin to be present on this day as producer, Geoff Emerick remembers otherwise. George Martin happened to be absent on the first night the Beatles started running down Obla Di Obla Da, so Chris Thomas was the de facto producer. Initially, we all enjoyed the track because of its lighthearted, up-tempo feel. With all four Beatles present, they worked at laying down a proper rhythm track, with Paul on acoustic guitar while singing lead vocals off microphone as a guide vocal, George and John also on acoustic guitars, and Ringo on drums. The next day, July 4th, they re-entered Studio 2 to do overdubs. First on the agenda was for Paul to record his lead vocals. John and George then recorded their la-la backing vocals, the three of them adding some percussion along the way, since maracas and a cowbell are heard on the recording. Even John got into it. At first, anyway, Geoff Emerick says, because it gave him a chance to clown around with his silly voices. Paul even tried some strange choices for this track, attempting a piccolo overdub on July 5th, but it appears that Paul decided that this piccolo part was not suitable, so he instead recorded another guitar overdub on the same track as the piccolo, recording over this musician's performance. Chris Thomas recalls the uniqueness of this guitar overdub. Paul was deliberately overloading the sound through the desk so that it sounded like a bass. Paul remembers some technical details about this overdub. You can defeat the machine. For example, one trick of ours, Obladi is one of the songs I did this on, was to over-record an acoustic guitar, so you'd swing the needle into the red and it'd be there, hard, every time you play it. The engineer would say, "No, no, no, this is not allowed. We have to keep it just before the red or little into the red." And we'd be firm and say, "No." And the acoustic would come back like an electric. It wouldn't distort too much. It would just mess around with that original sound. It'd make it hot. You've defeated the machine. You'd actually screwed it up a bit. They're harder than ever to defeat now. They've thought of all that. If you're going to work in the red now, there's a little computer that comes in and says, "Limit," stops it and brings it back. They're all so clever these days, and you can't actually screw up. This is where things started getting tense in the studio on this day, as explained by Geoff Emerick. It started going on, dragging out over 3 nights. Paul wasn't happy with the rhythm of the track, or with the way his vocal lay. He was after a Jamaican reggae feel, and he wasn't satisfied that the band had nailed it. The problem was exacerbated by the fact that even Paul didn't quite know how to lock it in rhythmically, and so he was getting pretty frustrated with himself. Paul was something of a perfectionist by this point, but he also had to think that perhaps that had something to do with why he was being so fussy about the recording of the song. Maybe he did that just to annoy John, just to teach him a lesson. Throughout the preceding weeks, I had noticed that John's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. His mood swings were more severe, and they were occurring more frequently. This was definitely the case with the recording of this song. One moment he'd be into it, acting the fool and doing his fake Jamaican patois, and the next minute he'd be sulking and grumbling about how the song was more of Paul's granny music shit. You never really knew exactly where you stood with John at any given time, but things were definitely getting worse. In any event, under these strained circumstances, after a short playback of the day's work, the session was complete by 1:30 a.m. the next morning. Then, during the next 3 days, Paul decided that upon hearing the rough remix that was given to him at the end of the previous session, he wanted to start from scratch. This was a first for the Beatles, to have spent the money and taken the time to recruit outside musicians for a particular song, and then decide not to use anything they'd contributed. If things were tense in the studio before, they were bound to be unbearable now.
So Paul said, let's do it all over again. And so John just went mad, he got Yoko and his bags and everything, said, "I'm out of here, come on, we cannot start from the scratch, are you crazy?" And he left, and Brown slammed the door. And the other three were like, "All right, that's not the first time that John, goes mad, And they really thought that John was gone for good that evening. And around 2 hours later, John arrived from the top, because in EMI studios, there is the desk room, So John arrived from there and he came down the stairs. And he's screaming, "I'm really, really stoned, like high." Right? And everybody could see that he was like high on drugs. And John said, "I'm really high, higher than I have never been, and higher than you will ever be." And everybody said, "All right, it's kind of scary, And John came down and he went to the piano, "Paul, your bloody song will go like this." And so Paul stood up and went right to John's face and said, "All right, John, let's do your way." But inside, like Chris Thomas said, inside Paul's heart, Paul was very happy because he finally brought John into the song so John could give him his input, and that way, the dun 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 dun, and Paul said, "Oh, okay, that's the sound that I wanted. That's the kind of a collaboration that I wanted," even though John was high as Mr. Kite.
Still, it's funny how, when two different people witness the same event, they may have completely different takes on what occurred. In his book Many Years From Now, Paul describes this fight differently. I remember being in the studio with George and Ringo, struggling with an acoustic version of the song. John was late for the session, but when he arrived, he bounced in, apologizing, in a very good mood. He sat down on the piano and instantly played the Blue Beat style intro. We were very pleased with his fresh attitude. It turned us on and turned the whole song around. He and I worked hard on the vocals, and I remember the two of us in the studio having a whale of a time.
And one thing I always love about the intro there, that piano intro.
So fast, too. It's like...
Well, what happened was, me, George, and Ringo were kind of slaving over this.
Right.
And John wasn't there yet. John, he was late.
Yes.
Again.
Aha. Well, he's busy.
Come on.
God knows what.
So we're not getting anywhere with it. Chinga, 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 chinga. It was thinking, oh, God, it's not happening. And John comes in to the studio. He says, "What are you doing? What's happening?
What are we working on?
What are we working on?" I say, "Obla-dee." He goes, oh, that one. He goes over to the piano. He goes, "All right, what key are you in?" I say, A. He goes, dun, 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 dun.
Just like that.
And we all fall in behind him and go, yes.
Because that's
what
the
it
beauty.
needed, that. Check,
ding, ding,
check,
ding, ding,
check.
ding, ding. And isn't that great when someone comes in with a fresh set of ears and just goes, "Okay, I got it."
Yeah.
Oh, man, what a
really
story.
A great little memory, yeah.
Having established how to proceed with the recording of this new version of the song, 12 live takes of the rhythm track were recorded on this day, with John on piano, Paul on guide vocals, George on acoustic guitar, and Ringo on drums. One additional element from the original version that did stick around was the inclusion of the phrase, "and if you want some fun," at the end. Engineer Richard Lush relates the overall tension of the day. Looking back now, it was great to be involved with the Beatles, but there was a negative side. They spent so much time doing each song that I can remember sitting in the control room before a session, dying to hear them start a new one. They must have done Obla-dee, Obla-da 5 nights running, and it's not exactly the most melodic piece of music. They'd do it one night, and you'd think, that's it. But then they'd come in the next day, and they'd do it again in a different key, or with a different feel. Poor Ringo would be playing from about 3 in the afternoon until 1 in the morning, with few breaks in between, and then have to do it all over again the next night. Just before the session dispersed at 3 a.m. the next morning, a rough mono mix of the song was created by the engineering team of George Martin, Geoff Emerick, and Richard Lush, to be taken away by Paul for his inspection. Surely he would be happy with the song now. Emerick was convinced the song was complete at this point. The remake was, I had to admit, quite good. It had a bouncier feel to it than the original version, which seemed a bit leaden by comparison. And when it was completed, we all breathed a sigh of relief that we wouldn't have to be there working on the song anymore. Sadly, Paul returned to his nitpicking ways the very next afternoon, announcing peremptorily that he was still dissatisfied and wanted to remake the song yet again, despite the fact that Ringo wasn't even there. Paul got behind the drums instead and let it clearly stunned John and George through another couple of run-throughs, takes 20 and 21. These takes began with John announcing from the piano stool, "Don't break down, lads, don't break down." On take 21, Paul overdubbed another distorted acoustic guitar on track 2, along with someone hitting accentuating beats on the snare drum, and then they added lead and backing vocals onto tracks 3 and 4. Paul then finally capitulated and gave up, Emerick says. Ringo finally arrived, a decision was made to replace the vocals recorded on tracks 3 and 4 the previous day. So Paul, John, and George gathered around the microphone again to record a lot of what is heard on the finished version, such as the laughing, joking, ho-hos, and hee-hees. Emerick continues, "Interestingly, all the bad feelings of the past weeks seemed to evaporate as soon as they gathered around the mic, and I fed tape echo into their headphones. That's all it took for them to suspend their petty disagreements. For those few moments, they could clown around and act silly again, like they did when they were kids, just starting out. Then as soon as they'd take the cans off, they'd go back to hating each other. It was very odd. It was almost as if having the headphones on and hearing that echo put them in a dreamlike state." More attention was given to Obladi Oblada a couple of days later, on July 11th, as the group reassembled in EMI Studio 3. 3 saxophonists were once again employed to perform on this new version, 2 of whom were thought to be Rex Morris and Ronnie Scott, as well as an unnamed third musician. Four days later, July 15th, Paul's scrutiny revealed that he still wasn't satisfied with his lead vocals. He gave his lead vocals another go in EMI Studio 2. Emerick recounts, after setting up the vocal microphone for Paul down in Studio 2 and getting a headphone mix together, Richard Lush and I began the long, tedious process of rolling and re-rolling the tape as he experimented endlessly, making minute changes to the lead vocals in search of some kind of elusive perfection that only he could hear in his head. "Paul, can you try rephrasing the last line of each verse?" George Martin asked in his gentle, slightly aristocratic voice. He was still trying to do his job, still trying to steer his charges toward increased musical sophistication and help push them to their best performances. "If you think you can do it better, why don't you come down here and sing it yourself?" he snarled as he whipped off his headphones and glared up at the control room. Stunned, I looked over at George Martin. Even he couldn't understand why Paul was still trying to redo the vocal track. In those days, you simply didn't spend huge amounts of time doing that sort of fine-tuning. But as the ferocity of Paul's verbal attack sunk in, he turned pale, clearly choking back his anger and humiliation. What happened next shocked me to the core. In sheer frustration, quiet, low-key George Martin actually began shouting back at Paul. "Then bloody sing it again!" he yelled over the talkback, causing me to wince. "I give up. I just don't know any better how to help you." It was the first time I ever heard George Martin raise his voice in a session. The silence following the outburst was equally deafening. It was this event that was the last straw for engineer Geoff Emerick, who decided that he no longer wanted to work with the Beatles anymore. He showed up for their session on the following day, and then, after a long history of working with the band, he abandoned his role as engineer for the rest of the White Album. The Beatles played bits of the song during the Get Back sessions in January 1969, and they seemed in good enough spirits. Hard to tell if they were just putting on a show for the cameras, or if they had actually worked things out by then. The charm of Obladi Oblada rests in good measure in its depiction of spontaneity, sounding like the Beatles had just cranked it out very quickly as a group of fun-loving pals around a campfire somewhere. And it could have been that way. As we've seen, though, this was anything but the case. In fact, approximately 42 combined hours were utilized in achieving the feel that Paul had in mind, more than any other track on the album. Fed up with it, the others vetoed it as a single, and the group Marmalade cashed in, taking it to number 1. The song is a classic example of Paul sometimes going a little too polished and a little too easy listening. Yes, he was right in a way. The song was a hit on the charts, as proved by Marmalade. But at what cost? His perfectionism in the studio ended up pushing John, George, and Ringo away, adding to the tensions that were already pulling the band apart. By this point, all of them were getting really tense with each other.
Certain things were happening, and I said to George Martin on this particular Tuesday, Paul had tried to sing Obla-dee, Obla-da, whatever, for 7th time. So anyway, cut long story short, I said to George, I'm leaving. I can't take this anymore. There's so much going on down here, right? So George said, well, this was on a Tuesday, and he said, well, can you stay till Friday? And I said, no. So we went up to see the manager, and then we came back down, and they knew something was going on because they were trying to communicate with the control room, and they were in the studio. So I went downstairs, down to see them, and I was talking to John, and George, because George never really sort of backed me up on anything, because he didn't want to lose his position, right? And although the Beatles were in control, he wasn't going to defend me because in case anything went a little bit funny. So George is still George, right? Who's not in control. So anyway, so George said, well, Geoff's got something to say to you, right? And I said, yeah, I'm leaving, right? So sometimes when things are going funny on sessions, you think that sometimes it's your fault, right? For whatever reason, it's not, they're commenting on what you're trying to do. They don't realise what you're trying to do. They feel you're not trying to help and so forth, and all there are other problems. So John said, no, Geoff, it's not you, it's this, meaning number 2 Abbey Road Studios, which is not really conducive to making records. It's bricks on the wall, industrial lighting, no coloured lights, a couple of seats with springs sticking out of them, and an angle poised lamp. So they've been sort of incarcerated in this facility for like 3 or 4 months on and off. So John said, no, it's not you, Geoff, it's just all this. So anyway, so I'm thinking, well, okay, you've said that now, John, to me, so I'm thinking maybe I will stay, knowing you've just said that. But then he made a nasty remark to Paul McCartney about the Sgt. Pepper album. And I thought, well, because he always assumed it was Paul's album and he hated it, right? And I thought, no, enough's enough. If you're going to say that to Paul about Sgt. Pepper, I'm leaving. And I left. I thought, no, forget it. I'm not going to carry on with this. So then I walked out, and that was it,
Did you leave EMI?
No, I was still there. And then Ken Scott was dragged out of the mastering room because he was like a subsidiary mastering engineer, because he was a familiar face on some of the sessions because he was an assistant. And although Ken, I believe at that time, was a mastering engineer, and they dragged him out of his mastering room that afternoon and plonked him in my chair. And Richard, who was my assistant, said, he shit himself, So, excuse the language, but no, he did. He didn't know what to do. I mean, all the mic setups were done. He didn't have to do anything because all the sounds were there. But he's like the only one that said he had a ball and a blast making the White Album. McCartney said it was the worst experience of his life. And the other thing was, when I left, George Martin said to me, he said, Geoff, if I wasn't going on holiday in 2 weeks' time, I would have done exactly what you've done there and walked out on this situation. And he didn't, which he could have done,
They've never said that I didn't produce Sgt. Pepper, because that's nonsense, because it was so obvious. If they'd been left to their own devices during Pepper would never have happened, ever, because they were high most of the time. No, in fact, what had happened with Pepper was that it became an astonishing success. It was, when we were making it, we were all very much aware that we were into something, and it was almost growing by itself. And when it was finally finished, I wondered whether we'd gone too far, but I was very pleased with it. I was very proud of it, and I thought it was really good. And when, of course, it did achieve some acclaim, it had a curious effect on me, because there was a report in Time magazine, which was completely unsolicited, which suggested that I was the real eminence grise behind the Beatles, and I was the real puppet master dangling the strings, and the others were dancing to my tune, and that obviously Pepper was my creation, and the Beatles were just subsidiaries in the great game that I was playing. It was very flattering to me, very ego-making, strictly untrue, but there was nothing I could do about it, and it caused a great deal of friction with the boys, who said, well, Christ, who's George Martin? Who really wrote these songs?
And they all, after working with genius for 10, 15 years, begin to think they're it, I mean, he's another one of them people, a bit like Martin, who think they made us, and they didn't. I'd like to hear Dick James' music, and I'd like to hear George Martin's music, please. Just play me some. And Dick James actually has said that, that he made us. People are under a delusion that they made us,
Well, of course, I never claimed that ever. But I did claim to produce it. In a way, I was disappointed that the next album, in my opinion, wasn't as good. I thought we'd set a standard with that. What I really wanted to do from then on was to treat our rock work rather like a classical symphony. I wanted to integrate things. I wanted to get the boys thinking in symphonic terms. I wanted them to write songs that blended into each other, that actually had reoccurring themes, that even had canonic devices, one with the other, and which had snippets coming back, and treating it like a formal, full-scale work, where you had maybe a 30-minute length that was actually a cohesive whole. Paul dug this idea very much. John didn't. John was into just the sort of simple, basic rock song, which he was probably right for himself. The White Album was the disappointment I referred to. I wanted to pare that down and issue just one single album with the best stuff from it, but they insisted on putting down all the songs that they'd thought of while they were away in India. And some of the songs I thought were fairly trite. Some of them were very good, but I thought that if we distilled it, we could have had a really super album. But they insisted on having all the things down, and I didn't realise at the time, I learned afterwards, that there was a reason for that, not an artistic reason. It was partly because of the contractual deal with EMI, which was expressed not only in terms of years, but as an alternate in terms of titles recorded. So the sooner they got them out, the sooner they got rid of their existing deal. I didn't know that at the time.
A piece of rubbish. That was John's opinion of Cry Baby Cry in 1980. But why would he react so negatively about this song? If you look at how John's writing style changed over the years, it's pretty easy to spot the shifts that lined up with the times. Take 1967, for example. His songs were full of wild imagery that didn't always make literal sense, but still felt like they did. Think Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds or I Am the Walrus. But by 68, he mostly left that behind and started writing about more real things, his own life, personal experiences, and world events. Songs like I'm So Tired, Sexy Sadie, and Revolution are good examples of this shift. That's why Cry Baby Cry is kind of a throwback. It was written in 67, but ended up on the White Album, still carrying that surreal, cryptic style John was known for before. Later on, though, he wasn't too fond of the song. According to David Quantick in Revolution, the making of the Beatles' White Album, John dismissed it because it wasn't about anything real. That actually makes sense. When looking back on his career, he often preferred his autobiographical songs, like Help and Strawberry Fields Forever, as his best work. His lyrics were just as important as the music. If that was his standard later in life, then songs about imaginary characters and bizarre scenarios probably felt pointless to him. Most Beatles fans and writers would totally disagree with John on that, though. Tim Riley described it as an underrated Lennon royalty satire, and his most accomplished Lewis Carroll pastiche. David Quantick said it feels like a particularly dreamlike ghost story, and has one of the strangest and most beautiful lyrics on the White Album. And Nicholas Schaffner put it even more poetically, saying, Alice trips gently through Lennon land for just about the last time, calling it one of John's most magical songs. The writing of Cry Baby Cry dates back to late 67. In Hunter Davies' authorized biography, The Beatles, he details John's songwriting process at the time and interviews him as well, after detailing many of the inspirations that led to the writing of the recently recorded I Am the Walrus. Davies includes this interesting paragraph. Most of John's composing is done at the piano, just doodling over it for hours, letting his mind wander, almost in a trance, while his fingers go over bits of tunes. John, I've got another one here, just a few words. I think I got them from an advert. Cry baby cry, make your mother buy. I've been playing it over on the piano. I've let it go now. It'll come back if I really want it. I do get up from the piano as if I've been in a trance. Sometimes I know I've let a few things slip away, which I could have caught if I'd been wanting something. This is yet another example of a television commercial influencing his songwriting, Good Morning being written this same way. I often sit at the piano, working out songs with the telly on low in the background, John related during this time. If I'm a bit low and not getting much done, then the words on the telly come through. While direct Lewis Carroll references found their way into Lennon's songs, he decided this time to incorporate a more nursery rhyme feel. I think the eventual imagery was suggested by my own songs of fairy tales, remembers Donovan, with whom John associated quite a lot while in India. We had become very close in exchanging musical vibes. The verse lyrics chosen for Cry Baby Cry lean quite heavily on the nursery rhyme, Sing a Song of Sixpence, the influence being obvious. The king was in his counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlor, eating bread and honey. The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, when down came a blackbird and pecked off her nose. John, of course, changed the names and activities of his characters to accentuate his authorship. Hence we hear him sing of the King of Marigold and the Duchess of Kirkcaldy, as well as dukes and a mysterious group of children. Kirkcaldy, by the way, is an actual town in Fife, on the east coast of Scotland, a place where the Beatles happened to have performed on October 6, 1963, at the Carlton Theatre. As for the term, the local bird and bee, this apparently is an imaginary pub that the Duke was frequenting when trying to decipher a particular message of some sort, all part of the fanciful play in John's creative mind. As could be expected, John's lyrics weave an interesting mix of imagery, combining mundane activities in the household of royalty with childish pranks from youngsters. The descending chord sequence of the verses allows for a menacing feel to come through, especially when activities such as seances are sung about. Neither John nor Paul contested the fact that it was a full Lennon composition, though John did exclaim, "Not me!" when asked about its authorship in 1980 because of his embarrassment with the song. Regardless, at the time, John must have liked it enough to bring it to Studio 2 on July 15th. Before leaving the White Album sessions for good, Geoff Emerick did show up at the studio on July 16th, but not to continue work on Cry Baby Cry, as the Beatles intended. Emerick remembered, "I lost interest in the White Album because they were really arguing among themselves and swearing at each other. The expletives were really flying. The next afternoon, I walked dejectedly into the control room, where both Richard Lush and George Martin were sitting quietly. None of the Beatles had arrived yet. They were late as usual. I took a deep breath, and at last the words came out. 'That's it, George,' I announced. 'I've decided I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving.' 'What are you talking about?' he said. 'You can't leave in the middle of an album.' 'I can, George, and I am.' Geoff was asked by studio manager Alan Stagg to stay on till the end of the week so that they could find a replacement, but he insisted on leaving immediately. John's reaction to this news on this day, according to Emerick, was as follows. "Come on, Geoff, you can't be serious about this. We need you, man. You can't just walk out on us in the middle of an album. I mean, everyone always says what a great record Pepper was, even though I think it's the biggest load of shit we've ever done. Anyway, it's nothing you're doing wrong, you know, it's just working in this shithole of a place." John did not like recording at EMI. Engineer Richard Lush explains how the Beatles felt about their home studios. They always had a bee in their bonnet about EMI being very organized and establishment. They felt that we were like that too, and of course George Martin was very suit and tie. Explaining how the staff would all wear white coats in a very stuffy atmosphere, Engineer Martin Bench adds, "They were never really at ease with all that. I think they felt the place could be much more laid back and relaxed and much less formal, but that's the way Abbey Road was in those days." On July 16th, Ken Scott filled in for Geoff Emerick as they continued work on Cry Baby Cry. In his book Abbey Road to Ziggy Stardust, Scott relates the events of recording the White Album much differently than Emerick did. Over the years, there's been so much written about the animosity that supposedly pervaded in the studio. It's all been blown way out of proportion. Of course, there was some strife. There was always during any project. And what the Beatles experienced during the making of the White Album just wasn't that different from what I've experienced on most projects at some time or another. So take that as you may. It took them only 3 days to record Cry Baby Cry, the 15th, 16th, and 18th of July. A small snippet of a McCartney tune titled Can You Take Me Back, recorded on September 16th, with an outtake while they were recording I Will, was then slapped on at the end of the track. They apparently felt that a direct segue from Cry Baby Cry into Revolution 9 wouldn't work well on its own, so this insertion was implemented to create a suitably creepy link piece between the two tracks. Can You Take Me Back is a sudden shift to an adult viewpoint, which serves to wake us gently from the dream state imposed by Cry Baby Cry. Its implied sentiment of you can't go home again, bringing a suitable conclusion to the lyrical theme of unfulfilled desires that winds throughout the songs on the fourth side of the White Album. John was known for being dissatisfied with how his compositions turned out in the recording studio. As a songwriter, he would visualize in his mind how his song would be heard, most times trying hard to convey to George Martin and the other Beatles how he wanted it to sound. When interviewed, he had been very vocal about his dissatisfaction with the released recordings of some of his compositions, downplaying songs such as Run for Your Life, Help, Tomorrow Never Knows, and Across the Universe, among others, baffling fans who view these as masterpieces, and Cry Baby Cry was one of them. When it came to sequencing the album, John ended up relegating Cry Baby Cry to the middle of side 4, where it could be easily overlooked. And John got his wish. It was overlooked by most listeners. But as Ian MacDonald once put it in his book Revolution in the Head, Cry Baby Cry remains one of the most evocative products of John's creative channel.
For lots of the songs that you do, I imagine the production ideas come to you when you get into the studio after you've written the song. Is this true? I mean, That is quite true, Tony. That is quite true. Accurate observation. Beautiful track. And a lot of the tracks that you've selected to comment on during this show tonight are some of the big, loud, uptight ones.
Well, the only ones I'm commenting on are the ones I sort of wrote or have a lot to do with. Because I don't want to go commenting on John's songs in case I'm wrong, because he wrote them, most of them. I had this song called Helter Skelter, which is just a ridiculous song. So we did it like that because I like noise.
I'd read a review of this record where it said, and this group, it was about some group I don't remember, this group really goes wild. There's echo in everything. They're screaming their heads off. And I just remember thinking, oh, it'd be great to do one like that. Pity they've done it. Must be great. A really screaming record. And then I heard their record and it was quite straight and it was sort of very sophisticated. It wasn't rough and screaming and tape echo at all. So I thought, oh, well, we'll do one like that then. And I had this song called Helter Skelter, which is just a ridiculous song. So he did it like that, because I like noise. This quote from Paul came from a November 1968 interview with Tony MacArthur, program director of Radio Luxembourg. The review that Paul was referring to was reportedly about the October 1967 single by The Who, I Can See for Miles, which indeed pushed the envelope at the time when it came to raw energy on a pop record. Throughout the years, Paul would remember the article as saying different things.
Helter Skelter, yeah, I heard it on the car radio the other day. I did think, wow, it is. I could see why people would think it was the precursor of heavy metal. How it came about was I had read in a music paper that The Who had done a really heavy track, and Pete Townsend of The Who was quoted saying, we've just made the dirtiest, loudest, filthiest song ever. So I was kind of jealous. I didn't hear their song. I still don't know what song he was referring to, but I went in the studio and said, guys, we've got to do a song that's dirtier and filthier and louder than The Who. The thing about the Beatles stuff was that when I look back on what we produced, there's no two songs that are alike. Whereas, a lot of record artists will find a great formula and the next three singles are kind of the same song, But we were young guys and we would have got bored doing that. And the worst thing ever, seeing as we're allowed in the studio, allowed to play guitars and things, the worst thing ever would have been just to sit around bored. So we always changed whatever we were about to do and did something different. So I had this Helter Skelter thing, and we did that, and it is pretty raw, it's pretty screamy. But yeah, I wonder whether, heavy metal bands heard that and thought, that's the way to go. They're like, loud rock and roll, basically. And I know the AC/DC guys, and they're loud. Have you seen them live? Oh, baby. That's one of the joys being in a band, is you get to plug in an electric guitar and turn it up just as loud as you want. And it's such a sort of cool feeling that I could see why you'd form a group based around that idea.
A Melody Maker review given by Charles Welch did appear in the magazine around this time, reviewing the song, stating, "Forget Happy Jack sitting in the sand on the Isle of Man. This epic marathon of swearing cymbals and cursing guitars marks the return of The Who as a major freak-out force. Recorded in America, it's a Pete Townsend mystery and menace, and delivered by the emphatic Mr. Roger Daltrey." If this was indeed the review that Paul read in Melody Maker, he continued to alter the contents of the article in interviews as the years progressed, as most of us are prone to do when repeatedly recounting an event in our lives. Sometime around 1994, Paul elaborated further in his book Many Years From Now. "I was always trying to write something different, trying not to write in character, and I read this, and I was inspired. Oh, wow, yeah! Just that one little paragraph was enough to inspire me, to make me make a move. So I sat down and wrote Helter Skelter, to be the most raucous vocal, the loudest drums, etc., etc. I was using the symbol of a Helter Skelter as a ride from the top to the bottom, the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. And this was the fall, the demise, the going down." You could have thought of it as a rather cute title, but it's since taken on all sorts of ominous overtones because Manson picked it up as an anthem, and since then quite a few punk bands have done it because it's a raunchy rocker. Regarding the Charles Manson connection to this song, John, in his 1980 interview in Playboy magazine, states that Helter Skelter is Paul completely. All that Manson stuff was built around George's piggies, and this song of Paul's about an English fairground. It has nothing to do with anything, and least of all to do with me. Paul once remarked, "Obviously, you cannot tell who is going to listen to your stuff and who's going to interpret it. I mean, if someone listens to Helter Skelter and says, 'Aha! This is a signal,' I mean, you have no control over that." A Helter Skelter is an amusement ride, popularized mostly in the UK, with a slide built in a spiral around a high tower. Paul describes a Helter Skelter as a fairground fixture, conical with the slide around the outside. We went on them loads of times as kids. You'd walk up the stairs inside, and you'd take a mat, just like a doormat, and you'd sit on it and slide down, and then you'd walk up again. I used that as a symbol of like, 1 minute you're up, next minute you get knocked down. You're feeling euphoric, then you're feeling miserable. Such is the nature of life. Using this as a metaphor, Paul describes the complexities and sexual tension experienced within a romantic relationship. Hence the lines, "Do you or don't you want me to love you? You may be a lover, but you ain't no dancer. She's coming down fast," and "Will you, won't you, want me to make you?" This final phrase specifically referring to having sex, such as in the lyric, "Trying to make some girl," in the Rolling Stones' song, "I Can't Get No Satisfaction." Lines like, "She's coming down fast," have a sexual component, but perhaps a little drug component too, a little darker. Paul explains. There is also a more innocent and adolescent source for lyrical inspiration found in Helter Skelter. The verses are based on the Mock Turtles song from Alice in Wonderland, Paul says. John and I both adored Lewis Carroll, and we often quoted him. The example here being given, "Will you walk a little faster?" said a wintling to a snail. "There's a porpoise close behind us, and he's treading on my tail. See how eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance. They are waiting on the shingle. Will you come and join the dance? Will you, won't you? Will you, won't you? Will you join the dance? Will you, won't you? Will you, won't you? Won't you join the dance?" The 2-page original lyric sheet, which was transcribed in 1968 by assistant Mal Evans with notes by Paul, appears to emphasize the raucous vocal he wanted to sing on the song by spelling out, in all caps, "Well, do you, don't you want me to love you?" And, "I'm coming down fast, but I'm miles above you." Other lyrics transcribed on the original lyric sheet that were later changed were, "I go back to the top of the hill, ride, and I stop and I turn and I give you a thrill," and "Do you, don't you want me to make it? I'm loving you, baby, and I can't fake it." As said before, John expunges himself from any involvement in the writing of the song. As for the time of writing, no doubt this occurred sometime in the spring of 1968 at his Hyde Park farm on the Mull of Kintyre. Possibly as late as June of 1968, since Paul did not premiere a demo recording of the song at George's Kinfawn's home in May of 1968, along with the rest of the songs he had recently written. Helter Skelter most likely had not yet existed at that time. It was on July 18th, the day after they attended the London premiere of the Yellow Submarine movie and its celebratory party, that the Beatles officially brought Helter Skelter into the studio. On the April 18th, 1978 Phil Donahue show, Ringo described the song as recorded at this EMI session as mainly a jam, which started as a jam. We had nothing, so we just started playing. Everybody who is a musician knows what a jam is. When you have nothing, you just start playing, whatever you play, and you just do it together. And then Paul started shouting, "Helter Skelter." We were just having a good time and getting crazy. The Beatles ran through 3 drawn-out takes of the song in the ominous-sounding key of E minor, rather than E major as heard in the released version. The instrumentation on these early takes was Paul on vocals and electric guitar, George experimenting with a Bartel fretless guitar prototype he acquired in California during his visit there in August of the previous year, John on a Fender 6 6-string bass, and Ringo on drums. Take 1 lasted 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Take 2 made it to 12:39, and Take 3 stretched into an unprecedented 27 minutes and 11 seconds, the longest ever Beatles recording. You can only last as long as a reel of tape, producer Chris Thomas explained. It was like, tell us when the tape runs out, and they were just jamming basically. The first 5 minutes of Take 2 are included on the Anthology 2 album, for us to get an idea of what the track sounded like at this point, revealing it to be a somewhat plodding, slower version, but with a good degree of energy nonetheless. Technical engineer Brian Gibson, in the book The Beatles Recording Sessions, briefly describes the 27-minute take 3 that was recorded on this day. One of the versions of Helter Skelter developed into a jam that went into and back out of a somewhat bizarre version of Blue Moon. The problem was, although we were recording then at 15 inches per second, which meant we'd get roughly half an hour of time on the tape, the machine we were running for the tape echo was going at 30 inches per second. In other words, 15 minutes. We were sitting up there in the control room, Ken Scott, the second engineer, and I, looking at this tape echo about to run out. The Beatles were jamming away, completely oblivious to the world, and we didn't know what to do because they all had foldback in their headphones so that they could hear the echo. We knew that if we stopped it, they would notice. In the end, we decided that the best thing to do was to stop the tape echo machine and rewind it. So at one point, the echo suddenly stopped, and you could hear bloop as it was spooled back. This prompted Paul to put in some kind of clever vocal improvisation based around the chattering sound. This was something that Paul remembered when they returned to the song a month and a half later. It wasn't until September 9th that they decided to give it another go. Documentation shows this session beginning with Chris Thomas officially in the producer's chair for the first time. Although the results of this session show that the Beatles were most definitely in control, as Mark Lewison relates in the Beatles Recording Sessions book. By the autumn of 1968, the Beatles were very much in control of their own music, its production, and remixes. It is doubtful on this night, for example, that anyone but the group was guiding this session. Chris Thomas says, "I came back from my holiday, and there was a note from George Martin on my desk. Chris, hope you had a nice holiday. I'm off on mine now. Make yourself available to the Beatles. Neil and Mal know you're coming down." It took a while for the Beatles to accept me. Paul was the first one to walk in. I was sitting in the corner wearing a suit and tie, and he said, "What are you doing here?" I felt such an idiot, but managed to blurt, "Didn't George tell you?" "No." "Well, George has suggested I come down and help out." Paul's reply was, "Well, if you want to produce us, you can produce us. If you don't, we might just tell you to f*** off." That was encouragement? I couldn't speak after that. The Beatles proceeded to record 18 more takes of Helter Skelter on this day, takes 4 through 21, with an even more raucous sound than they had attempted back on July 18th, but at a more palatable length for inclusion on an album, 3 to 4 minutes instead of 27. It was on this day that Paul prodded his bandmates to record the dirtiest, loudest rock and roll track you've ever heard, as he later said in interviews. At the beginning of this session, Paul recalled the tape spooling effect that occurred during the 27-minute rehearsal from the previous session. As captured on tape, he said, "At the end, if it's gone well, do that winding back the tape thing." The Beatles then get down to business, recording the first of their 18 takes of the rhythm track of Helter Skelter on this day. As for the sound generated at this session, Brian Gibson remembers it as out of control. They were completely out of their minds that night. But, as usual, a blind eye was turned to what the Beatles did in the studio. Everyone knew what substances they were taking, but they were really a law unto themselves in the studio. As long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, things were tolerated. Paul recalled the session as, "Guitars, can we have them louder? The drums? Louder!" We tried everything we could to dirty it up. We had played the hell out of it. So, maybe Manson did detect something infernal in it. Take 21, the last one, was the keeper. Ringo finally brought the song to an end by performing various drum rolls, crashing his cymbals 3 times, reportedly throwing his sticks across the studio, and after John asks, "How's that?" Ringo screams, "I got blisters on my fingers!"
What do you do to treat the blisters on your fingers? This is from Angel in Puerto Rico.
Angel in Puerto Rico. I only got blisters once, and that was on Helter Skelter because it was like 3 hours long. It was a jam, and we were just beating those drums. And as you heard at the end of it, I got blisters on my finger. I tend to get blisters if I haven't played in a while. You know, I get blisters because of the sticks, but I just carry on and get over it. So my advice to you is get over it.
Paul relates, that wasn't a joke put on. His hands were actually bleeding at the end of the take. He'd been drumming so ferociously. We did work very hard on that track. The recording process for Helter Skelter was endless, a feat of endurance. It was that kind of a session. Paul then overdubbed his exciting lead vocals. Chris Thomas recalls one interesting event that occurred during his vocal overdub. While Paul was doing his vocal, George had set fire to an ashtray and was running around the studio with it above his head, doing an Arthur Brown. All in all, a pretty undisciplined session, you could say. George was doing this as inspired by Paul's spirited lead vocals, reminding him of the recent hit Fire by The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, which hit the #1 spot in Britain in August of that year, and had captured the world by storm. Arthur Brown was known for his flamboyant TV performances at the time, which included a flaming headpiece. Somewhat forgotten now, it was all the rage at the time. It's possible that George Martin's absence caused this undisciplined atmosphere, as it most often did. By 2:30 a.m. the following morning, they all called it a night, and the track was pretty much done, apart from a few overdubs the next day. The 27-minute version of the song they recorded on July 18th may have been deemed unusable, but it was not forgotten by Paul. On October 9th, a tape copy of that version was made in the wee hours of the morning for Paul to have for his private collection. To this day, this 27-minute version has not been released in full. Say what you will about the Beatles not cooperating together for the White Album, but the performance on this track protests otherwise. Paul chuckles his way through the lead vocals, John puts in an impressive bass guitar performance, George displays an infectious guitar figure that becomes the bedrock to the entire track, and Ringo is game to bash his drums until his hands bleed. They may have hated each other at the time, as many insist, but maybe they used Helter Skelter to blow some of this angst out of their system, breaking all of EMI Studios' decibel limits in the process.
What did you think of Manson when that thing happened?
I don't know what I thought when it happened. I just think a lot of the things he says are true. That he's a child of the state, made by us, and he took their children in when nobody else would, is what he did. But of course he's cracked, all right.
But what was your feelings when he said, well, he was Helter Skelter?
Well, he's balmy. He's like any other Beatle kind of fan who reads mysticism into it. I mean, we used to have a laugh putting this, that, and the other in a light-hearted way that some intellectual would read as some symbolic youth generation what's it. But we also took seriously some part of the role, you know. I mean, I don't know, what's Helter Skelter got to do with knifing somebody? You know, I've never listened to the words properly of Helter Skelter. It was just a noise, you know.
Written in a bitter mood during his last hours in Rishikesh, John wrote a song called Maharishi about the argument that ended the Beatles' stay there, containing the explicit insults. But, to avoid lawsuit, it was rewritten and renamed Sexy Sadie. That was inspired by the Maharishi, he said. I wrote it when we had our bags packed and we were leaving. It was the last piece I wrote before I left India. I just called him Sexy Sadie instead of Maharishi, what have you done? You made a fool of everyone. I was just using the situation to write a song, rather calculatingly, but also to express what I felt. I was leaving the Maharishi with a bad taste. You know, it seems that my partings are always not as nice as I'd like them to be. George reveals he came up with the title Sexy Sadie. John had a song he started to write that he was singing, Maharishi, what have you done? And I said, you can't say that, it's ridiculous. I came up with the title Sexy Sadie, and John changed Maharishi to Sexy Sadie.
I copped out and wouldn't write Maharishi, what have you done? You made a fool of everyone. But now it can be told, fab listeners.
Paul was informed of these happenings upon their return, and many years from now, he explains. I said, tell me what happened. John said, well, Maharishi made a pass at a blonde American girl with the short hair. So I said, yes, what's wrong with that? He said, well, you know, he's just a bloody old lech, just like everyone else. What the f***? We can't go following that. I was quite shocked at them. I said, but he never said he was a god. In fact, very much the opposite. He said, don't treat me like a god. I'm just a meditation teacher. There was no deal about you mustn't touch women, was there? There was no vow of chastity involved. Perhaps they had been looking for something more than a guy and found he wasn't a god, whereas I'd been looking at a guy who was saying, I'm only giving you a system of meditation. So I was quite glad I'd left the week before.
Has he changed? Is that why?
Well, no, I think it's just we're seeing him a bit more in perspective, you know, because we're as naive as the next person
We
about
get
a lot of
carried
things.
away with things like that, you know. I mean, we thought he was magic, you know, he's floating around and I mean, flying.
Are you saying meditate, but not with the yogi?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's good. There's nothing wrong with him, you know. But we think the system is more important than all the big personality bit, you know, because he's, you know, he gets sort of treated like a big star, you know, and he's on the road with the Beach Boys, and it's all that thing. And it's, you know, it's a bit strange. And also, it folds, you know. That's the silly thing.
This Lennon-McCartney song seems to have been written entirely by John, with no input from Paul, though George deserves a small credit for coming up with the title. On the lyrical front, though, John's early favorite, I've Been Good to You by Smokey Robinson, deserves a small acknowledgement as well because of its opening line. Look what you've done, you've made a fool of someone. The song started to take shape on April 12, 1968, the day that John confronted the Maharishi and started his journey home. On July 19th, Sexy Sadie was introduced to EMI Studios for the first time. Once George Martin and the engineers were in place, the Beatles spent most of the day just playing on whatever came to mind. Some of these ideas ended up on the personal tape that the Beatles intended to assemble from interesting bits and pieces. Before take 3, George comments on their progress by singing, "It's getting better all the time," which prompts John to answer, "Is it? Right." George then asks, "How fast, John?" To which John replies, "However you like, you know, feel it." The take shows that Paul alternated between organ and piano, although he predominantly played organ while Ringo added a good amount of drum fills where he felt they were needed. Take 6 was featured on Anthology 3, which shows that George had decided to apply a slight vibrato effect from his amplifier by this point. Following the recording of 21 takes of the song, John confessed, "I don't like the sound very much for a kickoff. Does anybody?" Before a response could be heard on the tape, it was decided to start over at a later time. 5 days later, on July 24th, they recorded 23 more takes, starting over from scratch. The instrumentation was the same as before, John on guitar and vocals, Paul on organ and sometimes piano, George on guitar, and Ringo on drums. George still began the song with his jazzy guitar piece, as played on earlier takes, while Paul worked out the piano intro that eventually made it onto the released version. When John calls up the control room at the end of take 28, it is clear that they are still having trouble with the song. Before take 47, George Martin voiced his dissatisfaction with the results so far, which prompted George Harrison to reply,
Sorry, George, what did you say? I said, it's no point in Mr. Martin being uptight. Right, you know, we're all here to do this, and if you want to be uptight, I mean, you're very negative.
After this exchange, take 47 was deemed the best take of the day, although George Martin continued to say that they could do a better one after take 48. By the time this session ended, John had to admit, it's killing, indicating that the song was just not coming together as he intended. Yeah, I know, it's not very good, Paul answered, which prompted John to say, it's because we stopped believing in it. We forgot what it's about, resulting in Paul commenting that perhaps it was better that the song was now more sympathetic. After that, Sexy Sadie was put on hold for roughly 3 weeks in favor of other songs. Then, on August 13th, they gave the song another go and recorded a whole new version. They recorded 8 more takes of the rhythm track, beginning at a rounded off number of take 100. These 8 new takes were very spirited and played at a slightly faster tempo, Paul's piano replacing George's jazzy guitar intro from the previous sessions. Take 107 finally satisfied everyone, and the track was finally ready for release on August 21st, after an arduous 12-hour recording session. At last, the song was finished. Though Maharishi was shocked that John and George had left India in April 1968, creating such a stir over something with such a tenuous basis, the guru didn't seem to harbor resentment. 25 years later, in 1993, George traveled to see the Maharishi with his friend, the author Deepak Chopra, and used the occasion to seek forgiveness about the song Sexy Sadie, and any negative publicity that may have resulted from their 1968 visit. We were very young, George admitted. I could never be upset with angels, Maharishi concluded.
So what happens to the daddies that get famous people is the famous people either succumb completely to the daddy and then they promote the daddy. We're like catalysts, either the Beatles or John and Yoko are catalysts. The daddy always blows their cool because they can't contain that eagerness for power and glory. You see, and it always shows itself. It showed itself in Maharishi, it showed itself in Janoff. And not that now looking back, at first I was bitter about Maharishi being human and a little bitter about Janoff being human. Well, I'm not bitter about them being human, they're human. I'm only thinking what a dummy I am, you know? Although I meditate and I cry. So I cannot deny it.
Yeah.
But I got that.
But you haven't come back.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? No, I'm not that stupid.
I used to just write songs, I still do. I just write a song and it just comes out however it wants to. And some of them are catchy songs, like Here Comes the Sun, and some of them aren't, but to me there's just songs and I just write them, and some will be considered as good by maybe the masses and some won't, but to me they're just songs, things that are there that have to be got out. I usually get like the first few lines of lyrics and melody both at once, and then I finish the melody usually first and then have to write the words. Now I need to write a couple more verses and I find it much more difficult. But John gave me a handy tip once, which is once you start to write a song, try and finish it straight away while you're in the mood. And I've learned from experience, because you go back to it and then you're in a whole different state of mind and it's more difficult. Sometimes it's easier, but on the whole it's more difficult to come back to something. So I do now try and finish them straight away.
When the White Album was released in November of '68, George's songs were generally seen as less significant than John and Paul's. Up until 1966, his compositions were given little attention by producer George Martin and the band. In 1967 and early '68, he wrote 5 songs, but only 3 were released, mostly featuring Indian instrumentation. Unfortunately, this era may have been what John referred to when he said, "There was an embarrassing period where George's songs weren't that good, and nobody wanted to say anything, but we all worked on them." Things changed in the Beatles' final year and a half, though no one expected it. When While My Guitar Gently Weeps appeared, many likely assumed it was another Lennon-McCartney song. Over time, though, the public recognized it as a legitimately great track from George, helped by its release as the B-side to Obla-Di Obla-Da in some countries. By 1973, it was one of just 3 White Album tracks included on the Beatles' Blue compilation album. Paul related his surprise about George's development as a songwriter. "From the little guy I met on the bus, a little guy with a little quiff in, his hair, a little guitar player. He became a very wise man. So when I use the word magical, that's what I mean. That didn't have to happen. We could have had 5 years and gone back to the factory. No groups were supposed to last more than 5 years." George himself humbly admitted, "I knew the song was pretty good." George once said he wrote the song at my mother's home in Warrington, in the north of England, the spiritual home of George Formby. The house, called Sevenoaks, was in the village of Appleton Thorne, Warrington. He bought it in '65 so his parents could move out of Liverpool once Beatlemania made life there unbearable. It seems he visited them after returning from India with the Beatles, and during that trip in April or May 1968, he wrote most of While My Guitar Gently Weeps. While in India, Donovan taught John the finger-picking guitar style that John later used on songs like Dear Prudence and Julia. It seems George picked up on it too, as you can hear in the early acoustic take of While My Guitar Gently Weeps from July 1968. As for the lyrics, George explained, "I had a copy of the I Ching, the Book of Changes. In the West we think of coincidence as being something that just happens. It just happens that I'm sitting here and the wind is blowing in my hair and so on. But the Eastern concept is that whatever happens is all meant to be, and that there's no such thing as coincidence. Every little item that's going down has a purpose." The idea was in my head when I visited my parents' home in the north of England. I decided to write a song based on the first thing I saw upon opening any book, as it would be relative to that moment, at that time. I picked up a book at random, opened it, and saw Gently Weeps, then laid the book down again and started the song. Some of the words to the song were changed before I finally recorded it. While My Guitar Gently Weeps was just a simple study based on the theory that everything has some purpose for being there at that given moment. So I opened this book and I saw Gently Weeps. I shut the book and then I started the tune. According to Rolling Stone, the book George grabbed that day may have contained Coates Kinney's 1849 poem, Rain on the Roof, which includes the lines, "And the melancholy darkness gently weeps in rainy tears." By May 28, George had most of the lyrics in place, though some changes followed. Initially, the third line of the first verse was, "Problems you sow are the troubles you're reaping," which he soon dropped. The final verse was originally, "I look at the trouble and hate that is raging, and I'm sitting here doing nothing but aging," along with other changes. The most telling line of the whole song, one that even the most casual of listeners could easily catch, was, "With every mistake we must surely be learning." With the political turmoil that was abundant at the time, the sarcastic but poignant lyric stands out as unmistakable testimony to the plight of mankind's existence. The Beatles began recording the White Album at EMI Studios on May 30th, but George didn't get a chance to work on one of his songs until July 25th. "I always had to do about 10 of Paul and John's songs before they'd give me the break," he once said. After patiently sitting through countless takes of his bandmates' songs, especially the long sessions for Oh Blah Dee, Oh Blah Da, George finally introduced While My Guitar Gently Weeps as the first of 5 songs he hoped to include on the album. Many believe the first, bareback takes would have worked just fine, as Brian Gibson recalls. The song changed considerably by the time they had finished with it. They completed the song on 8-track tape at a later date, and this gave them the immediate temptation to put more and more stuff on. I personally think it was best left uncluttered. George must have felt the song needed a full band arrangement, so the Beatles spent the session rehearsing multiple takes, all recorded for George to review at home. The session ran late, stretching until 3:15 a.m. the next morning. George had to be even more patient before the Beatles returned to While My Guitar Gently Weeps. The next focus was Paul's Hey Jude, which took up their time until mid-August. Instead of pushing ahead with Gently Weeps, George introduced another song, the ill-fated Not Guilty, on August 7th. A full 3 weeks after the group first worked on the track, they turned their attention to it again on August 16th. They entered the studio sometime after 7 p.m. to record a full band version of the song, George deciding during the past 3 weeks that the acoustic version he previously recorded wasn't what he had envisioned for the song after all. From this point on, that beautiful acoustic rendition was considered just another demo recording. They recorded 14 takes of the rhythm track, with Paul on bass, George on guitar, John on organ, and Ringo on drums. During these takes, George remarked, "I like the way it suddenly changes into a song," showing how he liked the full band arrangement better. Take 14 was the keeper. Interestingly, while the recording sheet listed George Martin as the producer for the session, one of the tape boxes was clearly labeled The Beatles, produced by the Beatles. Brian Gibson remembers, "The White Album was a time when George Martin was trying to relinquish control over the group. There were a number of occasions, holidays and when he had other recording commitments, when he wasn't available for sessions, and they would just get on and produce it themselves. He certainly wasn't around for quite a considerable period of time, although they'd always fall back on him for scoring and arranging things." Dave Harries remembers, "The studios were never allowed to use any equipment until Francis Thompson had said it was up to standard, which was great, fine. But when you've got 4 innovative lads from Liverpool who want to make better recordings, and they've got the smell of the machine, matters can take a different course." They must have been getting on to engineer Ken Scott about it, because Ken Townsend called me up and suggested we get one of the machines out of Francis Thompson's office and take it along to EMI Studio No. 2. I very nearly got the sack over that. Engineer Ken Townsend adds, "The 8-track machines were not suitable at that stage for pop recordings. The Beatles had become reliant on the use of automatic double tracking and phasing, so before the 3M machines were pressed into service, extensive modifications, particularly in the head block, were designed and implemented by Francis Thompson at the studios." Testimony for putting a new 8-track machine to use before it was really ready is given by engineer Mike Shady. Unless the tape operator remembered to mute the output from the machine when you spooled back and wanted to hear the tape traveling past the heads, it would send the spooling noise straight into the Beatles' headphones, almost blasting their heads off. They got very uptight about that, understandably, because it can be very disconcerting. Brian Gibson continues. George particularly wanted to get the sound of a crying guitar, but he didn't want to use a wah-wah tone pedal, so he was experimenting with a backwards guitar solo. This meant a lot of time-consuming shuttling back and forth from the studio to the control room. We spent a long night trying to get it to work, but in the end the whole thing was scrapped. George, remembering the backward guitar effect that works so well on I'm Only Sleeping, thought this would work well to spruce up While My Guitar Gently Weeps. But as George describes the mood of these sessions, we tried to record it, but Paul and John were so used to just cranking out their tunes that it was very difficult at times to get serious and record one of mine. It wasn't happening. They weren't taking it seriously. And so I went home that night thinking, well, that's a shame, because I knew the song was pretty good. Because the Beatles now had 8 tracks at their disposal instead of 4, the tendency was to keep adding more overdubs than needed, thereby overproducing the song until it sounded somewhat muddy. Gibson describes an occurrence with a particular Beatles song, which could easily have been this one. There was one song, I can't remember the title, in which they'd added so many instruments that you just couldn't hear the drums anymore. So they overdubbed Ringo playing a chair, a red plastic Abbey Road chair, slapping the drumsticks on the cushion and making a thwack to emphasize the snare beat, because they'd buried it. In any event, the song at this point is described by Mark Lewison as quite different from the released version, with less prominent Harrison vocals and the backwards guitar and organ parts to the fore. George had listened to a playback of the song at this point and didn't like what he'd heard, deciding to scrap the whole thing and start fresh. I'm sure that most Beatles fans would love to hear this version one day, since it has never surfaced on any bootlegs or official releases. In an understandably frustrated mood, George took the group through 28 more takes. However, sometime during the recording of this remake of the song, a special guest entered the studio. George explains, I was driving into London with Eric Clapton, and I said, "What are you doing today? Why don't you come to the studio and play on this song for me?" He said, "Oh no, I can't do that. Nobody's ever played on a Beatles record, and the others wouldn't like it." I said, "Look, it's my song, and I'd like you to play on it." Clapton, who had recently announced his decision to dissolve his band Cream and was gearing up for a farewell tour in the autumn of that year, was, in fact, giving George a lift to EMI Studios in London from Surrey, where they both lived. They'd known each other since the days when Eric played with the Yardbirds, and had shared the bill with the Beatles during their series of Christmas shows in late '64 and early '65. Eric apparently dropped George off and reluctantly agreed to arrive sometime later to lend a hand in recording George's song. So he came in, George says. I said, "Eric's going to play on this one." And it was good because that made everyone act better. It's interesting to see how nicely people behave when you bring a guest in, because they don't really want everybody to know that they're so bitchy. Paul got on the piano and played a nice intro, and they all took it more seriously. Also, it left me free to just play the rhythm and do the vocal. There was a similar situation when Billy Preston came later to play on Let It Be, and everybody was arguing. Just bringing a stranger in amongst us made everyone cool out. I admired Eric as a guitar player, and I had no confidence in myself as a guitar player, having spent so many years with Paul McCartney. He ruined me as a guitar player. I rated Eric Clapton as a guitar player, and he treated me like a human. I'd been through this sitar thing. I'd played sitar for 3 years, and I had just listened to classical Indian music and practiced sitar, except for when we played dates, studio dates, and then I'd get out the guitar and just play, learn a part and play for the record. But I had really lost a lot of interest in the guitar. Paul, in turn, said, "It was very generous to give Eric this moment when he could have had it for himself." George was very like that. He was very open. Brian Gibson described Eric Clapton's work in the studio on this day. Eric Clapton behaved just like any session musician. Very quiet, just got on and played. That was it. There were no theatrics involved. I remember Eric telling George that Cream's approach to recording would be to rehearse, spending very little time in the studio itself, whereas the Beatles' approach seemed to be record, and eventually get the right one. The sessions were their rehearsals. By 3:45 a.m., this monumental recording session by the Beatles and Eric Clapton, which was once again producerless, was finally complete.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Most listeners assumed it was George playing guitar on the track. George related, "Some people wrote letters to me saying, 'You've got a really good blues feel in the way that you play that guitar.'" We did not publicize Eric's playing really, but we also did not try and conceal it. Eric is a good friend of mine, and I really dig him as a guitarist and as a guy. We used to hang out so much at that period, and Eric gave me a fantastic Les Paul guitar, which is the one that he plays on that date. So it worked out well. This was the classic red 1957 Gibson Les Paul that Eric had named Lucy.
While My Guitar Gently Weeps is one of George Harrison's most iconic tracks. There are so many interesting facets to this recording, but I think one of the biggest influences on the tone, the sound of this recording is how the verse is in the key of A minor, but the chorus is in the key of A major. That's what we call a parallel modulation. We're moving from the minor version of a key to the major version of the key, and then back again when we get to verse 2. We can see here that the verse is based on this descending chord progression in A minor, where the lowest note, the bass note in the chord, is kind of climbing down. But then when we get to the chorus, we go to an A major chord instead. And what this has the effect of doing is sounding really bright. It sounds almost like the sun's come out, right? And not only do we get this brilliant moment of brightness when we hit the A major chord, but because we're now in A major for the chorus, when we return to the next verse in A minor, we're going to get that swell of darkness again. So we get these two kind of dramatic emotional moments in the tonality.
Beatles fans around the world had been impressed with George's songwriting skills throughout the 60s. But as of late 68, it appears that George finally had written something that actually impressed him. And indeed, he should have. Even Paul had to acknowledge, he became one of the greats. As hard as it is to believe, by 1968, some people were of the opinion that the bloom of the rose that was the Beatles' career had seen its day and was in the process of eventually wilting away. Of course, when you're at the top, everyone wants to bring you down. With so much money at stake, plenty of people, both in the press and in the music industry, were eager to challenge the Beatles' reign. Interviewers kept asking when their popularity would fade, and by '66, concert attendance had started to drop a bit. That same year, they decided to quit touring altogether. The simple pop songs people expected from them were replaced with more experimental tracks, which left some of the old fans unsure. Sgt. Pepper was both a critical and commercial hit, but their Magical Mystery Tour film was trashed by critics and never even got an official US release. Their next single, Lady Madonna, was a great song but only reached number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100. Unusual for them. It was starting to seem like the bubble might really be bursting. Then, on August 26, 1968, the Beatles made an incredible comeback, silencing anyone who thought they were past their prime. By June of '68, John and Yoko were living together in an apartment owned by Ringo in Montague Square in central London, leaving his wife Cynthia and son Julian living alone in their Kenwood home in Weybridge. John and Cynthia were splitting up, Paul explains, and I felt particularly sorry for Julian. I'd known them for so long. We had hung out since John's art school days, when I had a girlfriend called Dot and John had Cynthia, and we used to force him at a lot and go to parties together. Since then, I'd seen them get married and seen them have Julian. I thought, as a friend of the family, I would motor out to Weybridge, John's former home with Cynthia, and tell them that everything was all right, to try and cheer them up, basically, and see how they were. I had about an hour's drive. I would always turn the radio off and try to make up songs, just in case.
And I started coming up with these words. In my own mind, I was kind of talking to Julian. Hey, Jules, don't take it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Be all right. So I kind of got the first sort of idea on the way out there with this Hey, Jules, as I thought it was going to be called. It seemed a little bit of a mouthful, so I changed it to Jude.
Cynthia Lennon vividly remembers this visit from Paul. During the divorce proceedings, I was truly surprised when, one afternoon, Paul arrived on his own. I was touched by his obvious concern for our welfare and even more moved when he presented me with a single red rose, accompanied by a jokey remark about our future. How about it, Sin? How about you and me getting married? We both laughed at the thought of the world's reaction to an announcement like that being let loose. I will never forget Paul's gesture of care and concern in coming to see us. It made me feel important and loved, as opposed to feeling discarded and obsolete.
And then I liked the song a lot, and I played it to John and Yoko when I'd finished it all. I actually had finished, but I thought there was a little more to go, because there was just one bit of the words, which was the movement you need is on your shoulder. And I'm playing it, and I just looked at John and said, I'll fix that. He said, what? I said, well, the movement you need is on your shoulder. I've used the word shoulder once. And anyway, it's a stupid expression. It sounds like a parrot, I'll change that. He said, you won't, He said, that's the best line in the song, He said, I know what it means. The movement you need is on your shoulder. It's great. It's kind of... So that was the great thing about John, whereas I would definitely knock that line out. He'd say, it's great. I could see it through his eyes and go, oh, okay. So that is the sort of line now when I do that song. That's the line when I think of John,
Interestingly, when he first played it to John in his music room, Paul states in the book, The Lyrics, that he's not even sure he knew at the time that the song was for his son, Julian. In 1972, when asked about the song's authorship, John explained, that's his best song. And in 1980, he claimed it as one of his masterpieces. And although he was adamant at the time that his song Revolution should be the next Beatles single, he wasn't all that upset when it ended up being the B-side to a song of the caliber of Hey Jude. In his book, The Lyrics, Paul mentions an observation John had made about the lyrics of the song. Ironically, for a time, John thought it was about him, and my giving him permission to go and be with Yoko. You have found her, now go and get her.
Hey Jude is Paul's. It's one of his masterpieces.
You have anything, was that when he came and said, listen to this song?
I don't think I had anything to do with it. Ask him. I don't feel as though I had anything to do with it. He said it was written about Julian, my child, because he knew I was splitting with Sin and leaving Julian then. So he was talking, I'm driving towards to visit me or Julian. I think it was just to see Julian to sort of say hi to him, because he'd been like an uncle. You know, he was always good with kids. And he'd come up with, hey Jude. But I always heard it as a song to me. If you think about it, Yoko's just come into the picture. He's saying, hey Jude, hey John. I mean, so I'm sounding like one of those fans that's writing things into it, but you can hear it as a song to me. Although it's also a song about him and Franny Schwartz at the time too. But you hear the lines, a chip on your shoulder and all those things. I always took personally, because I was the one with the chip on the shoulder, and go out and get her, you know, and forget everything else. And so subconsciously I take it that he was saying, go ahead. Right. On a conscious level, he didn't want me to go ahead. Subconsciously, the angel in him was saying, bless you. Yeah. The devil in him didn't like it at all, because he didn't want to lose his partner.
John apparently had this opinion from the first time he heard it, as he stated in 1968. Well, when Paul first played Hey Jude to me, I took it very personally. Ah, it's me, I said. It's me. He said, no, it's me. I said, check. We're going through the same bit. So we all are. Whoever is going through a bit with us is going through it. That's the groove. Paul's current discontent with his then fiancée Jane Esher could easily be said to have been on his mind at the time the song was being written. Jane announcing on British television on July 20th of that year that their 5.5-month engagement was off. And as Barry Miles explains in Many Years From Now, both Paul and John were skilled at entering a half-trance state, which enabled them to access material from their unconscious. The lyrics are universal. Many readings are possible. The first time the song was officially recorded was on July 29, 1968, which was the day after the Beatles' famous photo shoot in a variety of London locations. This photography session was later referred to as their Mad Day Out. Trident Studios apparently didn't realize that the Beatles were going to use these book dates, those being stipulated to be used for recording newly signed Apple artists, such as James Taylor, as far as Trident knew at the time. Since the decision was made to utilize a large orchestra for the final minutes of Hey Jude, George Martin had already lined up the musicians to arrive at Trident Studios for a session 2 days later, unbeknownst to Trident itself. Meanwhile, a film crew from the National Music Council of Great Britain was scheduled to arrive at EMI Studios on this day to film the group recording the song, or appearing to, for a documentary entitled Music, so why not put on a good show for them? The film crew was supposed to work in such a way that no one would realize they were there, engineer Ken Scott recalls. But of course, they were getting in everyone's way, and everyone was getting uptight about it. One person who did like the idea was Paul. A little over 5 months later, in early January of 1969, filming began for what eventually became the Let It Be project and movie. It appears to be after this first take of the day that Paul had an uncomfortable interchange with George about his guitar contribution to the song.
George Harrison said there was one time where you had finished one of your songs, and he said to you, Paul, I think on this song, I want to echo your voice with my guitar.
Yeah.
I think it was...
it was Hey Jude, yeah.
And you looked at him and said, no, I don't want that. That's not what I hear.
And this is where things get a bit difficult because, I mean...
Jude, listen, Paul.
Don't make it bad.
Now.
Take a sad song and make it better.
That would have driven you nuts. You don't
probably.
And you weren't open to trying it?
No. I mean, the thing is, it didn't seem like a good idea. And the rule in the Beatles was if it was your song, you were allowed to call it.
I was going to ask you
that. You were the boss of the song.
Because someone's got to be the boss.
Yeah.
If it's all done by committee.
I tried to be as nice as George. I really don't hear. I don't think that's going to work. And I think he was a little bit
insulted,
miffed. Yeah,
must be because he tells the story. Or at least when he was alive, he would tell that story.
Yeah.
Paul didn't want to hear about my, But now that you say it and we know that song so well, you're right. It would have been too much.
It didn't feel like the right thing to do, you know.
The Beatles' assistant, Mal Evans, as quoted in Christopher Sanford's book, McCartney, privately felt that Paul sometimes came on a bit heavy in the studio, perching on a high stool, working the Beatles hard when he wasn't upstairs on the intercom. One thing caught on film, making it into the released documentary, was George Harrison in the control room with George Martin and engineer Ken Scott. George was somewhat disgruntled about being told by Paul that his ideas for the song were unsuitable, so he decided to sit out for the rest of the day, joining the engineering team in the control room instead of picking up another instrument, such as a bass guitar, as he had done on earlier occasions when his guitar services were not needed.
You see, that's the difficulty, I find, because find a concept. Because if somebody says, no, it doesn't go like that, it goes like that. But it goes like that, and it goes through everything, and it can be, you know what I mean, just one bit of music can be pop, jazz, classic, whatever you'd want to do to it, it is.
There were some great moments singing in that, Paul, but it wasn't the one.
By the time Take 16 was recorded, and the three Beatles ran through an impromptu version of the Louis Armstrong classic, St. Louis Blues, it appeared that George Harrison had lightened his mood.
Okay, lads, we're on.
And 2 crates if you do twist and shout.
Okay.
In his book The Lyrics, Paul explains, another element that was added to the song is the refrain. Hey Jude wasn't meant to be that length, but we were having such fun ad-libbing at the end that it turned into an anthem, and the orchestra, overdubbed later, gets built up partly because it has the time to do that. George Martin relates, the only time we have had real objections from an orchestra was during the recording of Hey Jude, the biggest selling single of all. I wanted them to sing and clap their hands as well as play, and one man walked out. I'm not going to clap my hands and sing Paul McCartney's bloody song, he said, in spite of the fact that he was getting double rates for his trouble. Engineer Ken Scott relates, I went to Trident to see the Beatles doing Hey Jude and was completely blown away by it. It sounded incredible. A couple of days later, back at Abbey Road, EMI, I got in well before the group. Acetates were being cut, and I went up to hear one. On different equipment, with different EQ, equalizing levels, and different monitor settings, it sounded awful. Nothing like it had at Trident. Later on, I was sitting in the EMI Studio 2 control room, and George Martin came in. I said, George, you know the stuff you did at Trident? Yes. How does it sound? I said, in all honesty, it sounds terrible. What? there's absolutely no high end on it, no treble. It sounded as if there were curtains in front of the speakers. Just then, Paul McCartney came in and George Martin said to him, "Ken thinks Hey Jude sounds awful." The look that came from Paul towards me, if looks could kill, it was one of those situations. Anyway, they went down onto the studio floor, clearly talking about it, and one by one, all the other Beatles came in and joined them. I could see them talking and then look up at me, and then talk again, and then look at me. I thought, oh God, I'm going to get thrown off the session. Finally, they all came storming up and said, "Okay, let's see if it's as bad as you say. Go get the tape and we'll have a listen." Luckily, they agreed with me. It did sound bad. We spent the rest of the evening trying to EQ it and get some high end on it, but for a while there, I wanted to crawl under a stone and die. In his book, Here, There, and Everywhere, Geoff Emerick continues the story. It was about an hour or so later that George Martin spotted me in the hallway and asked me to help out. "Geoff, are you busy doing something right now?" he asked. "No, I'm just on my way to dinner," I replied. "Ah, good," he said. "Would you mind coming in and having a listen to something?" George Martin opened the control room door, and I saw 4 very unhappy Beatles gathered around a flustered Ken Scott, who was tweaking the controls of a piece of outboard equipment that we called a curve bender. The recording quality was poor, with no top end whatsoever. When the playback ended, George said, "I've got a visitor here who might be able to help." Paul was the first to spot me. He broke into a big grin and gave me a wave from the back of the room. "Ah, the prodigal son returns," John called out brightly. Even George Harrison gave me a warm handshake and said quietly, "Hello, Geoff. Thanks for stopping in. We really appreciate it." Obviously, something at Trident had been misaligned, and the only hope of salvaging the mix was to whack on massive amounts of treble equalization. I walked over to the console, and Ken Scott motioned for me to sit down. Eventually we got it to sound pretty good, although the track still didn't have the kind of in-your-face presence that characterizes most Beatle recordings done at Abbey Road. I might not have done anything that Ken himself wasn't doing. I think that all they really wanted was my stamp of approval. All 4 Beatles thanked me profusely as I left. It was a long song, George Martin explained in the Anthology book. In fact, after I timed it, I actually said, "You can't make a single that long." I was shouted down by the boys, for the first time in my life, and John asked, "Why not?" I couldn't think of a good answer, really, except the pathetic one that disc jockeys wouldn't play it. He said, "They will if it's us." And of course, he was absolutely right. In Paul's book, The Lyrics, Paul relates, "After we'd mixed it, Mick Jagger heard an early acetate of the recording at the Vesuvio Club on Tettenham Court Road, during a listening party for the Rolling Stones album Beggar's Banquet, on August 8, 1968. I handed a copy to the DJ when I got there and asked him to sneak it on at some point in the night to see how it went down. After it played, Mick came over and said, "That's something else. It's like 2 songs." Although the amount and variety of illicit substances made it easy to understand that the recollection of those in attendance were foggy, it is also reported that Mick Jagger's opinion about Paul's insistence that Hey Jude be played at this event was that his band was upstaged. The Beatles may never have brought Hey Jude to the concert stage, but they did make a very visible semi-live performance of the song at Twickenham Film Studios in London on September 4th, 1968. This was in the form of a promotional film created to visually premiere the song to the world as the single was released. The initial idea for the film was brought forth by the film editor Roy Benson, this being conceived as a 38-scene imaginative storyboard undoubtedly similar to music videos we've become more acquainted with from the 1980s MTV era. Roy Benson had just worked with the Beatles on their Hello Goodbye promo film, as well as on the Magical Mystery Tour, and he had something more elaborate in his mind this time around, which the group initially agreed to do. However, when they were informed that his idea would take up to 3 days to shoot, the Beatles lost interest. Those plans were cancelled as of August 29, 1968, when Twickenham Studios was booked for a more straightforward mock live performance of the song. Kenneth Womack's book, Living the Beatles Legend, The Untold Story of Mal Evans, explains that each prospective audience member was provided with a typewritten, cryptically worded invitation asking them to take part in a TV performance by the Beatles. Participants were also instructed to confirm that you recognize that you will be part of a studio audience, do not object to being seen in the television program, and agree that you do not wish to be paid for your appearance in the program, although refreshments would be provided gratis. The song was a massive hit, skyrocketing to number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 in just 3 weeks and staying there for 9, making it their biggest US single ever. With 8 million copies sold worldwide, Hey Jude was even named the most popular record of the 1960s by Billboard magazine. Hey Jude was not the most complicated of compositions, just 2 verses, 2 bridges, and a faded conclusion. The production was also very bare bones. No psychedelic rave-ups or masterful overdubs were needed here. So why did the song have such an amazing and long-standing impact on the music scene, one that lasts to this day? John Robertson's book, The Complete Guide to the Music of the Beatles, puts it this way. Hey Jude sounded like a community anthem. From the open-armed welcome of its lyrics to the instant sing-along chorus, the fact that it didn't come with a controversial political message made its universal application complete. Even though the lyrics don't make any distinguishable sense, its delivery makes it appear as a song of hope and encouragement despite the trials and drama one can experience in life. Whatever sad song may be our story, the Beatles made us believe that we can learn from these experiences and, with a little help from our friends, we can truly make it better.
Because he didn't know how to handle kids, did he?
It was one of the saddest things. We once went on a holiday, and Julian was along, his first son, and the kind of family I'm from in Liverpool, there was always babies. You've been thrown a baby to jiggle on your knee. It wasn't anything precious. It wasn't an ice object. It was, oh, all right, you just got slung a baby, and we were very tactile. I think my family are very. So I always imagine it like a bit of an Italian kind of thing. Your mum, me, everyone was all this sort of thing. John didn't know that, and I didn't realise any of that till much later in our relationship. We didn't talk about it. You don't talk about that stuff when you're teenage and you're in a group. It's later and I discovered sort of a lot of reasons for John's behaviour much later in our relationship. But we were on this holiday, and I would be bored with the adults because, they're just sitting around getting drunk or whatever, it's just fun for a while. But I'd get bored, so I'd go off with Julian, and we would be on a boat, and I'd be like, okay, now, I'm a pirate, and you're just an Indian, and I'm going to get you, okay, and I'd just go into the fantasy world, and he'd go, okay, and so the two of us would be running around this boat and stuff with all the adults in the next door, and John saw this once, and he came up to me, he said, how do you do that? And I felt like crying, it was like, God, I can't tell you. It's just years of having babies thrown at me, or being a kid, or playing with kids, or having, I had no kids of my own at the time. But it was just something my family taught you. Whereas his, with his dad leaving home when he was 3, and his mum not living with him. Because it was very strange. So I would go with him to visit his mum, who was living with a second husband, and had a new family. And John lived with his auntie. So I would be John's moral support. When we'd go, we'd go together, we'd see his mum, and he idolised his mum. But then again, she got knocked over by an off-duty policeman who was a learner driver or something. It was terrible, tragic stuff. So to me, I was just very, very fortunate to have this sort of rather stable, warm Liverpool family. And in talking to John later, he had none of that. So he had to fend for himself. So that was the basis of John's acerbic wit.
Not Guilty was George's response to the backlash he got from John and Paul after their fallout with the Maharishi, just as the Beatles were launching Apple. When things soured with the guru, it became embarrassing for them. George once said, "We recorded it in 1968, but we didn't get it down right or something. The lyrics are a bit passé, all about upsetting apple carts and stuff, but it's a bit about what was happening at the time. The Maharishi and going to the Himalayas and all that was said about that. I like the tune a lot. It would make a great tune for Peggy Lee or someone." After the whole Maharishi fallout, George didn't go back to England right away. Instead, he extended his trip to visit his mentor and friend, Ravi Shankar, in Madras. When he finally returned to London in April, he was shocked by how over-the-top things had gotten at Apple. The company had taken out ads encouraging artists to submit ideas, which led to a flood of crazy proposals, most of which were ignored. Apple's offices were packed with hopefuls looking for their big break, but it quickly became a chaotic mess. In a 1987 interview, George reflected on the drama he faced from John and Paul after India, saying, "I said I wasn't guilty of getting in the way of their career. I said I wasn't guilty of leading them astray in our going to Rishikesh to see the Maharishi. I was sticking up for myself." Lyrically, Not Guilty was another instance of George airing his frustration with the Beatles, similar to Only a Northern Song. Musicologist Walter Everett described it as George defending himself against the tyranny of his songwriting comrades. He takes subtle shots at John and Paul, saying they tried to steal the day, while he reassures them that he won't get underneath your feet. He even throws in a cheeky reference to Apple, with the line about not wanting to upset the apple cart. And when it comes to their time in India, he makes it clear that he wasn't responsible for their disappointment. "I only want what I can get. I wasn't guilty of leading them astray on the road to Mandalay, and making friends with every Sikh." It was a seriously tricky song to record, so much so that during the first 18 takes on August 7th, the band was just trying to nail down the intro. Out of the next 28 takes, only 5 made it through George's maze of awkward time signatures, clashing tones, and half bars. And that was just the beginning. The next day, they powered through another 50 takes. By take 99, George decided it was enough. Engineer Ken Scott later recalled the struggle, saying, "George wasn't feeling it. It was his song, and he wasn't feeling it. He could not get a vocal that he was happy with. He couldn't even get into sort of the mood of singing it. That's why we tried different ways of him singing it. Part of the problem? The vibe in the studio was awful. By this point, the Beatles had stopped helping and collaborating with each other like they did before, and George probably didn't want too many outside opinions messing with it anyway. After many overdub attempts, totally fed up, he ditched the sessions and took off to Greece to clear his head. In the end, despite being a pretty good track, George wasn't satisfied with it, and it never made it. It was one of the last songs to be cut from the album. When the NME first announced the album's release in October 1968, they listed it as a possible track, but Mal later confirmed in the band's fan magazine that it wouldn't make the final cut. John liked the song at first, but with all its jabs at the band's inner drama, it was probably a little too real for comfort. Music journalist Michael Gilmore echoed that sentiment, saying the song was likely dropped because it was apparent to everybody that George had aimed the song at John and Paul. For years, Beatles fans knew the track existed, but had never actually heard it. It remains one of their most fascinating outtakes from that era. A rough edit was put together for the cancelled Sessions album in 1984, which then leaked onto bootlegs before finally getting an official release on Anthology 3. Over the years, its absence from the White Album has been a hot topic for fans. In a 2008 retrospective, Goldmine magazine pointed out how some listeners think the album is perfect as is, while others argue that Not Guilty should have been included. A decade later, in early 1978, George gave Not Guilty another shot, not long after he had some fun poking at Beatles history in the Ruddles, All You Need Is Cash. This time, though, things were much more relaxed for him. He was in a good place personally, and enjoyed tearing down some of the myths surrounding that time. The vibe of the song changed too, where the Beatles' version was all distorted guitars and harpsichord. George's solo take leaned into a mellow jazz pop feel. He also brought in musicians like Neil Larson and Willie Weeks to help round out the sound. Larson played Rhodes piano, which is a standout instrument on the track, while George swapped out the electric guitar from the '68 version for a more laid-back acoustic arrangement. The tricky 3/8 time section that had tripped up the Beatles a decade earlier was completely dropped this time around. Author Simon Lang sums it up perfectly. In complete contrast to the Beatles version, the 1978 reproduction is all shimmering cool and acoustic sea spray. Here is a man looking back on events, rather than being caught up in their heat. At the time, Not Guilty was especially exciting for fans because it had built up a reputation as one of the Beatles' lost tracks. While promoting the album, George didn't do much press, but whenever he did, the media couldn't resist bringing up the idea of a Beatles reunion. At a press conference in Los Angeles, he jokingly suggested that the former Beatles could just meet up for a cup of tea and broadcast it via satellite. He also made it clear that Not Guilty wasn't just about Paul, saying, "No, it's just about that period in 1968. There's a lot of comedy in it. You just have to look for it."
All I'm doing, I'm acting out the part of Beatle George, and, we're all acting out our own parts. And, the world is a stage and the people are the players. Shakespeare said that. And he's right,
You expect another part later?
Oh, many parts. Yes, whichever.
Is that why you've come to terms with it?
Yes, because you just do whatever you can do. I mean, even if it's been a Beatle for the rest of my life, it's still only a temporary thing. And, really all we did was get born and live so many years, and this is what happened. I got born seemingly to become Beatle George.
And there's probably more acoustic guitar used in this set of tracks than you've ever used before. Yes. Well, it's the same thing again. We wrote them with guitars, and John, on a lot of his, John picks the guitar because he learned off Donovan when we were in India. Donovan showed him how to finger pick. So he sort of stuck it in everything then. And while he was learning finger picking, I was sort of playing acoustic as well, acoustic guitar. So that's it. That's why they crept in like this. We decided not to try and cover them up with like we might do normally, and just use the acoustic guitar instead of, say, a piano or an electric guitar or anything. So the only thing about this one, however, says born a poor young country boy, and I was born in Walton Hospital actually, so it's a dirty lie.
Needless to say, the Beatles' trip to Rishikesh had a huge impact on the White Album. You'd think the Maharishi, their meditation teacher, would have been thrilled that his wisdom might reach millions of young fans through their music. But in reality, the songs that came out of the trip were more about their daily experiences than deep spiritual insights. John's sleepless nights turned into I'm So Tired. Paul watching monkeys mate inspired Why Don't We Do It in the Road. Prudence Farrow's extreme shyness became Dear Prudence, and their growing doubts about the Maharishi led to Sexy Sadie. Not exactly a spiritual awakening. That said, at least one song in the LP captured the Maharishi's message. Paul was inspired by a lecture on nature, and wrote Mother Nature's Son. John also wrote a similar song, Child of Nature, but it didn't make the album and later became Jealous Guy. Paul has always loved nature, and in the Many Years From Now book, he explained, "I was always able to take my bike and, in 5 minutes, I'd be in quite deep countryside. This is where my love of the country came from. I remember the damn woods, which had millions of rhododendron bushes. I'd never seen that many rhododendron bushes since. We used to have dens in the middle of them because they get quite bare in the middle, so you could squeeze in. That's what I was writing about in Mother Nature's Son. It was basically a heartfelt song about my child of nature leanings." When the White Album was released, Paul explained how the song came together. "I seem to remember writing Mother Nature's Son at my dad's house in Liverpool. I often used to go do that if I'd gone up to see him. Visiting my family, I'd feel in a good mood, so it was often a good occasion to write songs. So this was me doing my Mother Nature's Son bit." Another big influence? Nat King Cole's 1948 song, Nature Boy, which Paul loved as a kid. He once said, "I've always loved this song called Nature Boy. There was a boy, a very strange and gentle boy. He loves nature, and Mother Nature's Son was inspired by that song. I'd always loved nature, and when Linda and I got together, we discovered that we had this deep love of nature in common. There was a strong sense of the countryside, and I was very lucky to access it so easily. The sheer glory of nature. I was living in London and imagining it, trying to think like a country boy." Paul also revealed a hidden reference in the lyrics. "Sit beside a mountain stream," which it wouldn't have been. It would have been a field stream or a woodland stream. "See her waters rise, listen to the pretty sound of music as she flies." I was very fascinated by streams, and still am. My field of grass was a definite nod to marijuana, because at that time we were all smoking pot, and, as you may recall, I always enjoyed sticking in any little reference to that. This is a love song to the natural world. Musically, the song is in D major, and built around shifting the D chord up the guitar neck. Paul skipped writing lyrics for the refrain, and instead sang a simple do-do-do melody, which some believe was inspired by Harry Nilsson's album Pandemonium Shadow Show, a favorite of his at the time. Paul brought Mother Nature's Son into the studio for official recording on August 9th. The session was due to end at 10 p.m., but after the other Beatles left, Paul stuck around to start work on Mother Nature's Son with just himself on acoustic guitar and vocals, this extending the session to 2 a.m. the following morning. Paul plowed through 25 takes of the song with just live acoustic guitar on track 1 and vocals on track 4 of the 4-track tape. The majority of the takes were complete and could have been used as a basis for the completed song, but Paul was experimenting with subtle ideas throughout the takes, hoping to stumble upon something that worked best. Paul was quite fond of Take 24, but recorded one more just to be on the safe side, after which he declared, "I'll listen to 'em both or I'll listen to one. Somewhere in there, there's something." He then decided that Take 24 would be the keeper. Because of how late it was, they left off further work for the song for another day. John's suggestion of a brass band accompaniment was remembered, though he originally meant it for Blackbird instead of Mother Nature's Son, and George Martin was given the task of putting together a score for brass, undoubtedly with Paul's input. Documentation shows that George had received a payment of £25 for this arrangement, for 2 trumpets and 2 trombones, and he also went to hiring the brass instrumentalists for an upcoming session. That upcoming session turned out to be August 20th, 1968. George wasn't present because of a quick trip to Greece, and John and Ringo took to putting the finishing touches onto John's Yer Blues in EMI Studio 3 from 5 to 5:30 p.m. that day. However, in EMI Studio 2, Paul oversaw a solo session at 8 p.m. to complete Mother Nature's Son, one of the 5 songs on the White Album to feature only one Beatle, the others being Wild Honey Pie, Blackbird, Julia, and Good Night. The brass instruments, the musicians now unknown, were recorded onto open tracks 2 and 3, while they were hearing Paul's performance over a loudspeaker as they played along. Paul was downstairs on the studio floor, going through the arrangement with George Martin and the brass players, engineer Ken Scott recalls. Everything was great. Everyone was in great spirits. It felt really good. Suddenly, halfway through, John and Ringo walked in, and you could cut the atmosphere with a knife. An instant change. It was like that for 10 minutes, and then as soon as they left, it felt great again. It was very bizarre. Such were the tensions in the band at the time. A reduction mix was then made to combine both brass instrument tracks onto track 3, this becoming take 26, opening track 2 for Paul to record yet more overdubs for the song. One overdub was of a bass drum for the latter half of the song, this recording being detailed by Alan Brown, technical engineer on this day. Paul wanted an open effect on his drums, to give a bongo sound, and we ended up leaving the studio itself and putting the drums in the corridor, halfway down, with mics at the far end. It wasn't carpeted then, and it gave an interesting staccato effect. Ken Scott also remembers an experiment Paul wanted to use for recording the drums, this recollection possibly being instituted on this day. Right at the back of the building, there's a staircase that goes from the basement up to the top floor. Paul suggested that we use it as a natural echo chamber, with a speaker at the bottom and a microphone about halfway up, for the bass drum sound. These were the kinds of things that we were always trying. Sometimes they worked and sometimes they didn't. Another unusual overdub on this day was a percussive element Paul stumbled upon while reviewing the song in the control room. He was tapping out a rhythm to the song on a book, and then, since he liked the percussive sound so much, he requested engineer Ken Scott to record him doing this onto the tape. Ken positioned a microphone over the book at Paul's insistence, and, as he joked in the track-by-track section of the White Album 50th Anniversary book, "They never taught you how to get the best sound of a book at EMI, but I carefully mic'd it as best I could." The sound produced is quite similar to the foot tapping heard on Paul's other acoustic number, Blackbird. After these overdubs were recorded by Paul, which extended the session into the early hours of the next morning, 8 attempts at a mono mix of Mother Nature's Son were made, although this was improved upon at a later date. With his juices flowing, however, Paul decided to record 2 more songs. The first was a simple acoustic guitar and vocal song, documented simply as Demo, although it has come to be known as Etc. Only one take of this song was ever recorded, this being taken away by Paul at the end of the day and never seen nor heard of again. This was a very beautiful song, engineer Alan Brown remembers. I recall it was a ballad, and it had the word etc. several times in the lyric. I only heard it twice, when he recorded it and when we played it back to him. The tape was taken away, and I've never heard of it since. This was followed by a semi-experimental track called Wild Honey Pie, which was overdubbed upon and mixed on this day, the song eventually appearing on the finished album 3 months later. Finally, at 4 a.m., the session was complete. It appears that the Beatles were present and influential in creating the mono and stereo mixes for the track, as Ken Scott recalls. The Beatles would go to extremes with the White Album. Like when it came to mixing, they would say, "Right, let's add full top, or treble, and full bass to everything." Some of the time it would sound good, sometimes it wouldn't. When it did, they would say, "Okay, let's do it like that." Most people just used top and bass where necessary, trying to keep the sound as natural as possible. The Beatles weren't necessarily after a natural sound. Mother Nature's Son has a similar dreamy, looping vibe to The Fool on the Hill, almost like a mood piece with soft, murmuring lyrics to match. Funny enough, its recording happened right when tensions in the band were starting to bubble up. Running Apple was wearing them thin, and just before their final session for Hey Jude, they had to shut down their money-losing boutique on Baker Street. Since George Martin was around less, this led to messy, dragged-out sessions with plenty of bad vibes, especially toward the studio staff. Paul, for one, seemed to check out after endless takes of Yer Blues and didn't even bother with the madness of What's the New Mary Jane.
See, I presumed that I would just be able to carry on and just bring Yoko into our life, but it seemed that I either had to be married to them or Yoko, and I chose Yoko, you know, and I was right.
What was their reaction when you first brought Yoko by?
And they despised her, you know.
From the very beginning?
Yeah, right. And they insult her, and they still do.
The Beatles?
Yeah, they don't even know I can see it. And even when it's written down, it'll look like I'm just paranoid or she's paranoid, but I know, you know, just by the way the publicity on us was handled in Apple, all the 2 years we were together, and the attitude of people to us, and the bits we hear from the office girls, and we know, you know, so they can go stuff themselves.
In the beginning, you were too much in love to notice.
Yeah, we were in our own dream, you know. But I mean, they're the kind of idiots that really think that Yoko split the Beatles, probably, or Alan, you know. That it's the same joke, you know. It's the same. You can quote Paul. You can look at it in the papers. He said many times that at first he hated Yoko, and then he got to like her. It's too late for me, you know. And for Yoko, you know, why should she take that kind of shit from those people? You know, they're writing about her looking miserable in Let It Be. You sit through 60 sessions with the most big-headed, uptight people on earth and see what it's f***ing like, and be insulted by it just because you love someone. And George was insulted her right to her face in Apple office at the beginning, just being straightforward. You know, that game of, well, I'm going to be up front because this is what I've heard, and Dylan and a few people said you've got a lousy name in New York, and you give off bad vibes. That's what George said to her, and we both sat through it, and I didn't hit him, I don't know why. But I was always hoping that they'd come round. I couldn't believe it, you know. And they all sat there with their wives like a f***ing jury and judged us. And the only thing I did was write that piece about some of our beast friends, and in my usual way, because I was never honest. I always had to write it in that gobbledygook. And that's what they did to us. Ringo was all right, so was Maureen. But the other two really gave it to us, you know. I never forgive them, you know. I don't care what f***ing shit about Hare Krishna and God, and Paul about, well, I've changed my mind, you know. I don't forgive them for that.
The Beatles didn't follow trends, they set them. With every album and song, they kept changing their sound. If you had a record deal in the mid to late 60s, even if you were already successful, it was smart to see what the Beatles were doing and take inspiration from them. Many artists did, from British rock bands to Motown stars. But they also paid attention to trends. One big example was the blues making a comeback. Bands like the Rolling Stones, the Animals, and the Yardbirds were mixing blues into their music. By '68, the British blues scene was booming, with groups like Cream, Fleetwood Mac, and the Jimi Hendrix Experience leading the way. The result was Yer Blues, a mix of real blues and a bit of humor, done in true Beatles fashion. Regardless of what I was supposed to be doing, I did write some of my best songs while I was there. This quote from John in '71 explains his experience with the other Beatles while in Rishikesh. The experience was worth it, if only for the songs that came out of it. The funny thing about the camp was that although it was very beautiful and I was meditating about 8 hours a day, I was writing the most miserable songs on earth. In Yer Blues, when I wrote, "I'm so lonely I want to die," I'm not kidding. That's how I felt. John was at a turning point in his life at this point. His marriage was falling apart, and he was completely fascinated by Yoko, who kept sending him letters during the trip, which only added to his distractions. All these emotions led him to writing Yer Blues, a title he later described as just a pun, likely influenced by the growing British blues trend and the ongoing debate. Can white men sing the blues? Can blue men sing the whites? Or are they hypocrites? Was a parody song by the Bonzo Dog Band that came out in November 1968, the same month as the White Album. It made fun of the blues craze that was all over the charts. As for the phrase Yer Blues, Yer was a common Liverpudlian slang for your in the 60s, and was often used instead of the. A good example of this was in the popular British comedy Till Death Do Us Part. which later inspired All in the Family in the US. In the show, the character Alf Garnett would say things like, "You got your upper class and your working class." John recalled, Paul was saying, "Don't call it Yer Blues, just say it straight." But I was self-conscious and I went for Yer Blues. John admitted he felt a little weird about singing the blues. There was this self-consciousness about suddenly singing blues, he said. Like everybody else, we were all listening to Sleepy John Estes and all that in art school in the late 50s, but to sing it was something else. I was self-conscious about doing it. Still, despite the playful title, he didn't turn it into a parody. Instead, he poured his real emotions into the lyrics and performance. The song blends his personal struggles with blues-style imagery, like the kind Robert Johnson used in Hellhound on My Trail. He also referenced Bob Dylan's Ballad of a Thin Man, singing, "Feel so suicidal, just like Dylan's Mr. Jones." That reference makes sense. Dylan's song is about a character who gets more confused the more questions he asks, which probably reflected how John was feeling at the time. Yoko's influence also shows up in lines like, "My mother was of the sky, my father was of the earth, but I am of the universe." It sounds a lot like her poetry. "I never enjoyed writing third-person songs," John said. "Most of my songs, the good ones, are in the first person." He was clearly proud of the songs where he could really express his emotions, something he kept doing in his early solo work, like Cold Turkey and the Plastic Ono Band album. The official recording of Yer Blues at EMI Studios was predated by a conversation that transpired on August 12th, when George wanted to record his lead vocals onto his song, Not Guilty, in the control room. Engineer Ken Scott recalls, "George had this idea that he wanted to do it in the control room, with the speakers blasting, so that he got more of an on-stage feel. I remember that John came in at one point, and I turned to him and said, 'Bloody hell! The way you lot are carrying on, you'll be wanting to record everything in the room next door.' The room next door was tiny, where the 4-track tape machines were once kept, and it had no proper studio walls or acoustic setup of any kind. John replied, 'That's a great idea! Let's try it on the next number.' The next number was Yer Blues, and we literally had to set it all up, them and the instruments, in this minute room. That's how they recorded Yer Blues, and it worked out great." John brought Yer Blues into EMI Studio 2 the following day, on August 13th. As John previously requested, they had the studio crew set up all of their instruments in this small control room annex, amplifiers, drums, microphones, etc., and began recording. Ringo recalls, "And Yer Blues on the White Album, you can't top it. It was the four of us. That is what I'm saying. It was really because the four of us were in a box. A room about 8 by 8 with no separation. It was this group that was together. It was like grunge rock of the 60s, really grunge blues." The room had been used for storing Telefunken 4-track machines before they were installed in Studio 2, and then as a storage area that had recently been emptied. It was very tight quarters for the Beatles once they set everything up, as described by Ken Scott. If one of them turned and swung his guitar, he'd hit someone else in the head. It was so tight. Their confinement has been described as what the group had been used to on the stage of the Cavern Club in Liverpool, which had been seen in the Granada TV film of them playing Some Other Guy in 1962. It appears that this is what John intended, to recreate the enjoyable atmosphere they experienced in their formative years. People that heard us in Liverpool and Hamburg and on those early dates before we turned into just a mass scream. That's how we played. Heavy rock, John said in '68. But when it was put down on those early records, there was never enough bass in it. The guitar solo never came through because we didn't know about recording then. We sounded more like us on the White Album. We rid ourselves of the self-consciousness bit, so we were doing what we were doing earlier on, but with the better knowledge of the technique of recording. Quite a few of the tracks are just straight takes of us playing. Take 5 was a complete version of the song that was included on the Super Deluxe 50th Anniversary White Album box set. The tape catches John counting down the song with falling vocal tones, 2, 3, which ushers in an excellent instrumental performance. John's guide vocals are faintly heard throughout, but are much more clearly deciphered during the various instrumental breaks, which reveal John ad-libbing the forgotten lyrics in the third verse, and still feeling insecure, not suicidal, like Dylan's Mr. Jones. There are 3 guitar solos performed to conclude the song, the first one being John performing a repetitive, syncopated guitar pattern simultaneous to an interesting bluesy solo from George. The second solo was an excellent screeching solo from George, with a subtle single-note guitar solo from John heard in the background. The third solo was also played by both guitarists, but was less effective throughout, this take ending with a standard blues conclusion. All in all, however, this performance was thought to be one of the best. Take 6 was also a complete performance that they were happy with, but they continued to see if they could improve upon it yet further. Just after Take 8, John, George, and Ringo were inspired to perform an impromptu jam, which they liked enough to ask the engineering staff to cut out of the original tape for adding to another reel entitled Various Ad-Libs, which would be kept as a keepsake. This tape has never surfaced anywhere since. After Take 10, John said, "All right, we'll do one more. We can have one of the other ones, I just want to get into the song," which prompted them to all turn up their guitar amps for a Take 11. After this take was complete, John stated, "Too loud for you? Can you get louder?" With this challenge, the band ran through 3 more takes of the song to deafening proportions before a decision was made to go back and review previous takes to determine which could be used for the finished version. Upon close listening to Take 5, which was eventually released in 2018, it appears that the first 2 verses of Take 5, complete with John's introductory countdown, were edited onto the remainder of Take 6, up to the point of the guitar solos. At this point, Take 5 was edited back in to utilize the excellent guitar solos of both John and George. Another unique editing idea was then presented. Someone, probably John, wanted to edit the beginning of Take 5 of the backing track onto the end of the song to create an interesting fade out instead of the typical blues conclusion that they had performed. This edit piece was noted as intro on end on the original tape box. As Mark Lewison's book, The Beatles Recording Sessions, indicates, for the first time on a Beatles recording, the original 4-track tape was itself edited. Editing was usually done only at the 2-track quarter-inch tape stage, bringing the beginning of Take 17 onto the end of Take 16. Since this edit pieced together 2 sections of the song that were at different tempos and time signatures, it is definitely noticeable to the listener. On December 11th, 1968, John performed the song for a film called The Rolling Stones' Rock and Roll Circus. This proposed film included performances by the Rolling Stones, The Who, Jethro Tull, Taj Mahal, Marianne Faithfull, and a quickly assembled supergroup called the Dirty Mac, which consisted of John and Eric Clapton on guitar, Keith Richards on bass, and Mitch Mitchell of the Jimi Hendrix Experience on drums. Quite the supergroup. The first time I performed without the Beatles for years was the Rock and Roll Circus, explained John. It was great to be on stage with Eric Clapton and Keith Richards and a different noise coming out behind me, even though I was still singing and playing the same style. It was just a great experience. I thought, wow, it's fun with other people. The film was intended to be shown on British television, but this never happened. It was eventually released on VHS and Laserdisc, as well as on audio CD in 1996, and then on DVD in 2004. Yer Blues was the only White Album song John kept playing live. He obviously viewed it as something special, but he never specifically tried to tackle straightforward blues again in his lifetime. Nor did he need to. Been there, done that. Thank you for watching. This was the hardest documentary we've ever made, and it's only part 1. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing and leaving a like or a comment. It really helps. You can also join our member program for just $1.99 a month. Members get exclusive perks like members-only videos, deluxe editions of our documentaries, which are basically the normal versions of our docs but with the original Beatles recordings included, and extra stuff. Early access to videos, member polls, and more. A huge thanks to friends of the channel, David Bennett and Gilles Mora from Beatle School. If you haven't checked out their channels yet, you definitely should. They're awesome. And of course, a massive thank you to all of our incredible members. You make this all possible. That's it for today. Part 2 is coming soon. See you next time.